The Senate will come to order. The senators will please take their seats. Those persons not entitled to the privilege of the floor will please retire to the gallery. The senators and all in attendance will stand and be led in prayer by the Reverend Felton T. Sessoms, First Baptist Church, Cape Charles, Virginia. The senators will remain standing and be led in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America by Senate Page Joseph Judson Raniero.
Let us pray. Our Father and our God, hallowed be thy holy name. Father, we acknowledge that you are the creator and every good and perfect gift comes from you. Almighty God, we thank you for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness in these United States of America and this great Commonwealth of Virginia. Almighty God, from the various geographical regions of this great Commonwealth, your servant leaders have gathered. Allow their deliberations to be a beacon of hope, truth, justice, and unity shown throughout this Commonwealth. Almighty God, we thank you for this day. We ask blessings for all, especially the men and women who have sacrificially left their homes, families, businesses, and jobs to serve this great Commonwealth. Father, we acknowledge your sovereignty and omnipotence. So please empower this legislative body with wisdom to serve and govern in a manner that honors you. Father, may the deliberations, actions, and proceedings of this legislative body be symbolic of selfless motivation and sacrificial service, guided by the principles of truth and virtue. Father, may these legislators be instructed by your words according to the book of Micah, chapter 6 and verse 8. He has told you, O man, what is good and what does the Lord require of you, but to do justice and to love kindness and to walk humbly with your God. Finally, Almighty God, may your peace guard the hearts, minds, and souls of the legislators this day and throughout this legislative session. Father, this is our prayer in the name above all names. Amen. Amen.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The clerk will call the roll. All those present will please record their vote aye. Clerk will close the roll.
You have a quorum, Mr. President. Senate Journal for Thursday, January 31st, 2019.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The senator from Accomack, Senator Lewis, moves that the reading of the journal be waived. All in favor of waiving the reading of the journal will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 33, no 7.
Ayes 33, no 7. The reading of the journal is waived. The clerk will report any communication from the House of Delegates. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I respectfully move we waive the reading of any communications received from the House of Delegates.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the reading of the communication be waived? All in favor of waiving the reading of the communication from the House of Delegates will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 2.
Ayes 38, noes 2. The reading of the communication from the House of Delegates is waived. The clerk will report any communication from the governor.
I do not have any, sir.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now comes the time in the morning hour where we have the honor and privilege of welcoming our distinguished guests with us here in the Senate gallery. I'll give my daily reminder that the way that this will proceed is that a senator will stand up and recognize an individual or group. I will then offer the warm welcome of the Senate, and we will, at the very end, all clap together. I'd like to begin by recognizing the senator from Mecklenburg, Senator Ruff.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the gallery today, we have a group from Southside Community College, and I ask you to give them a warm welcome.
I thank the Senator. Would our friends from Southside Virginia Community College in the gallery please rise if you are able? Thank you all so much for joining us here today. We are honored by your presence and grateful that you traveled here to the Capitol to be with us. And I know that Senator Ruff is deeply proud of the work that you're doing at Southside Virginia Community College. It really is a beacon of hope and light and giving education and economic opportunity to so many people in a beautiful part of the Commonwealth of Virginia. And so you're welcome back here anytime. Please take back our thanks and our pride in the work that you're doing. And I would ask everyone please to join me in extending the warmest welcome of the Senate to our friends and leaders from Southside Virginia Community College. Senior Senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for an introduction.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, today we're privileged to have with us one of my constituents, but also one of my friends and also one of my neighbors. Melinda Saccotti is here. She's the Executive Director of Champions for Children, and this organization works tirelessly for the betterment of children throughout the Commonwealth and the United States. She has a real heart for children. She's had fundraisers at her house for the same. And so I would ask you, Mr. President, to please offer Melinda Saccotti, Executive Director of the Champions for Children, the warmest welcome of the Senate.
I thank the Senator. Would Melinda Saccotti please rise in the gallery if you're able? Melinda, thank you so much for joining us here today in the Senate. We are grateful for your leadership on behalf of our children in the Commonwealth and beyond, and echo the generous and eloquent words of the Senior Senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove, your friend and also your neighbor. And so I know you all know each other very well, and we are deeply grateful for your commitment to our most important resource, which is our children. So God bless you in your work, and I would ask everyone please to join me in the warmest welcome to Melinda Saccotti of Champions for Children. Senator from Accomack, Senator Lewis.
Mr. President, rise for the purposes of an introduction.
Thank the Senator. You have the floor.
Mr. President, members of the Senate visiting with us today, and also the person who gave us the invocation this morning, is Pastor Felton T. Sessoms. Pastor Sessoms was called to preach and teach the gospel in 1998. He was born and reared in Nassauattucks, Virginia. He attended Virginia State University in Petersburg, where he obtained his graduate and undergraduate degrees in biology. On May the 29th, 2012, Pastor Sessoms retired from the Northampton County Department of Environmental Services after 25 years of service. Pastor Sessoms referred in his invocation this morning to servant leaders. He has been a servant leader in some capacity his entire adult life. He has served as the mayor of Nassauattucks for 2 terms and also an extended term on the Northampton County Board of Supervisors. He has dedicated his life to effecting change. He's married to Dr. Jeanette Sessoms. They have 3 sons, Tyrone, Diallo, and Larry of Machipungo. They have two beautiful granddaughters and 2 handsome grandsons, one of whom is with them today. He is, in fact, accompanied by Tyrone Sessoms, his son, and Tyrone Sessoms, Jr., his grandson. I hope it is the pleasure of the body to extend the warm welcome of the Senate to Pastor Felton T. Sessoms.
I thank the Senator. Would Reverend Felton T. Sessoms, Tyrone Sessoms, and Tyrone Sessoms, Jr. please rise in the gallery if you're able? Reverend Sessoms, thank you so much for your presence today and for that really beautiful and awesome prayer. We are grateful for your words of wisdom and for your moral leadership here in the Commonwealth of Virginia. We're also grateful for your servant leadership over the course of many years, and we wish you nothing but the best. And to Tyrone and Tyrone Jr., thank you all so much for joining us here today. We're very proud of you, and I know your family is very proud of you as well. So keep up the great work, and we wish nothing but blessings for your wonderful family. I would ask everyone please to join me in offering the warmest welcome of the Senate to the Sessoms family. Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servell.
Mr. President, I rise for an introduction.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, joining us in the gallery today is my supplemental office team. I have 5 new people in my office joining me for the session. First of all, I have my Deputy Legislative Aide, Tyrone Williams. You may have seen him around the building. He wears wooden bow ties that he makes himself. He'll probably make you one if you ask. He's worked for a lot of different campaigns, but this year he's my deputy legislative aide. Secondly, from the senator from Chesterfield's district, I have Molly Laird. She's a student at the University of Richmond Law School, top third of her class. She's been kicking some butt for me this year. Then I have from the senator from Franklin County's district, Liz Pineda. She's from Danville, Virginia. She's an intern at the Wilder School at VCU, poli-sci major, president of Alpha Sigma Alpha sorority, and she's from a family of hardworking first-generation immigrants in our country. And then I have Melissa Flores, who's from my district. She's from Woodbridge. She's at VCU, going to graduate in 2020. She's a first-generation college student in her family. And, Mr. President, I hope you can give them the warm welcome of the Senate.
I thank the senator. Would Tyrone, Molly, Liz, Dorvey, and Melissa please rise in the gallery if you're able? Thank you all so much for being here today. Thank you also for your tremendous work for Senator Servell and also on behalf of all Virginians. We are grateful for your leadership and very proud of all that each of you has accomplished. And Tyrone, thank you for all that you do here in the Capitol and in Richmond. We love the wooden bow ties. It's actually the only bow tie I know how to tie is a wooden one. And so thank you for making that easier for all of us. But you all have tremendously bright futures. I know your families are proud of you, and we are as well. So we wish you nothing but the best. And I would ask everyone to please join me and extend the warmest welcome of the Senate to our 5 distinguished guests. The senior senator from Richmond City, Senator Sturtevant.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Good morning, Senator. How are you?
I rise for an introduction. Doing very well. Mr. President, members of the Senate, in the gallery with us this morning are members of the Richmond Realtors. They are here touring the Capitol this morning, sitting in on committee meetings, and here to advocate for the issues that are important to our great realtor community. We're very proud to have them. They are doing a great job making sure that Central Virginians are buying and selling homes. And we're very happy to have them here today. And I'd ask we offer them the warm welcome of the Senate.
I thank the senator. Would our friends from the Richmond Realtors in the gallery please rise if you're able? Thank you all so much for being here with us today. We echo the generous and eloquent words of the senior senator from Richmond City, Senator Sturtevant. We are grateful for your work and your leadership and all that you do to help Virginians achieve the American dream and to give them hope and opportunity and economic mobility by being able to purchase a home. And so thank you for all that you do every single day. We have a special place in our heart for the realtors, and we always say we want to make realtors feel like they're home because you guys do that for everybody else. And so you're welcome back here anytime, and I would ask everyone please to join me and extend the warmest welcome of the Senate to our leaders from the Richmond Realtors. Senator from Grayson, Senator Carrico.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rise for an introduction.
Thanks, Senator. You have the floor.
Mr. President, members of the body, as you all are well aware, my seatmates' bills have been coming through committees unlike any other time in the past. And that is because the introduction I'm about to make of his lovely bride, Laura, who's here, and his adorable son, Chandler, has been used now as props in committee. If you happen to notice the paper, he actually brought his son to committee and held him up in front of the committee and said, "Are you going to vote no to this face?" And we said no, so we PBI'd and voted aye. And I would like for the body to make welcome Senator Stanley's wife and son, Laura and Chandler Stanley.
I thank the senator. Would our dear friends Laura and Chandler Stanley please rise in the gallery if you're able? Laura and Chandler, thank you so much for being here today as part of this great Senate family. Thank you for all you do to support Senator Stanley and the work he does on behalf of all Virginians. We are deeply grateful to you, and I know he is so proud of you and loves you all very dearly, talks about you all the time. And so, of course, you're welcome here anytime as a member of this family. Chandler, you're doing a great job helping out your dad, and so we're all very proud of you, too. So I would ask everyone, please, to join me in extending the warmest welcome of the Senate to Laura and Chandler Stanley. Senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben. You're good? Okay. Do any other senators wish to be recognized for purposes of an introduction? Is there any other business to come in the morning hour? Seeing none, the clerk will call the calendar. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'm going to respectfully ask that the Senate now stand in recess until 11:05, and upon recess, if everyone in the Senate Republican caucus would retire to the prayer room immediately.
Thank the Senator. Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
And if Senate Democrats could meet in the conference room in the back.
Thank the Senator. Without objection, the Senate will stand in recess until 11:05. Senate will come to order. The senators will please take their seats. Those persons not entitled to the privilege of the floor will please retire to the gallery. Senator from Arlington, Senator Favola. Does the senator have a bill that you want to recommit?
Okay, I told her wrong.
Okay.
I told her wrong.
It's okay. No worries. The clerk will call the calendar.
It's what happens when I'm out for a day.
Welcome back, madam.
Senate calendar for Friday, February 1st, 2019. Unfinished business Senate Joint Resolution 294.
Senator Falk here. Senator Vogel.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Morning, Senator.
I would like to ask that the House amendment please be agreed to, and then just quickly speaking to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you. SJR 294 is one of the resolutions containing the governor's appointments, which I'm carrying, and the House deleted one of the members of the CTB. He had served on the Commonwealth Transportation Board from January till, I believe, December, and he took another job, so that position posed a conflict of interest, and he resigned from that position. So there is nothing anybody should be concerned about. It's all okay to go through, so I ask that the members please support the resolution.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the Senate concur in the House amendment? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 2, Rule 36-1.
Ayes 37, noes 2, Rule 36-1. The Senate concurs in the House amendment.
Uncontested.
Mr. President.
Senator from
Having
Williamsburg,
voted on the prevailing side, well, we just approved Senate Joint Resolution 294. Could I move to reconsider that vote, please, sir?
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the vote by which the Senate concurred in the House amendment be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The motion is agreed to. Senator from Fauquier, Senator Vogel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to renew my request that the House amendment be adopted. And if there is a concern or need for further clarification, the House amendment simply removes someone who had already resigned from the Commonwealth Transportation Board. So there should not be any controversy. And I would ask that the members please approve the governor's appointments resolution. Thank you.
I thank the senator. Question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendment? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 1, Rule 36-1.
Ayes 38, noes 1, Rule 36-1. The Senate concurs with the House amendment.
Uncontested calendar, Senate bills on third reading.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would now move all Senate bills on the third reading on the uncontested calendar, which would include all Senate bills on pages 2 through 20, including Senate Bill 1090 through Senate Bill 779, be placed on their final passage in the block. Any senator who desires to remove a bill from the block should please do so after the clerk has read the number of that bill.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the Senate bills on the uncontested calendar third reading, pages 2 through 20, Senate Bill 1090 through Senate Bill 1779, be placed upon their final passage in the block with the understanding that any senator desiring a bill be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill. All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The bills are before us in the block. The clerk will read the number of the bills.
Senate Bill 1090, Senate Bill 1104, Senate Bill 1122, Senate Bill 1160, Senate Bill 1180, Senate Bill 1182, Senate Bill 1216, Senate Bill 1219, Senate Bill 1233, Senate Bill 1257, Senate Bill 1286, Senate Bill 1339, Senate Bill 1346, Senate Bill 1384, Senate Bill 1450, Senate Bill 1492, Senate Bill 1505, Senate Bill 1509, Senate Bill 1513, Senate Bill 1515, Senate Bill 1565, Senate Bill 1600, Senate Bill 1608, Senate Bill 1652, Senate Bill 1656, Senate Bill 1658, Senate Bill 1661, Senate Bill 1679, Senate Bill 1705, Senate Bill 1742, Senate Bill 1751.
Mr. President.
Senator from Bass, Senator Dees.
Could Senate Bill 1751 be removed from the block?
Without objection, Senate Bill 1751 will be removed from the block.
Senate Bill 1754, Senate Bill 1755, Senate Bill 1756, Senate Bill 1769, Senate Bill 1779.
The question is, shall the bills in the block pass? That is all bills except for Senate Bill 1751. All in favor of the passage of the bills will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The bills in the block pass.
Returning to page 18, Senate Bill 1751.
Senator from Mecklenburg, Senator Ruff.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the bill pass. And speaking to that,
Senator has the floor.
This bill was based on the work of Jay Lark last year to straighten out some things that people believed needed to be straightened out. The biggest factor, and the one that caused me most concern, is that there is cash building up in the accounts of each of the regulated licensing process. What this does is it limits the amount that can be stored before it has to return to the contractors, and it puts the public eye on it so that people can find out how much of money is actually in the accounts. I renew my motion to pass.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1751? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1751 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 2.
Ayes 38, noes 2. Senate Bill 1751 passes.
Regular calendar Senate bills on third reading. Senate Bill 1169, a bill relating to apprenticeships, ratio of apprentices to journeymen.
The junior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator DeSteff.
Mr. President, can that go by for the day? Thank you very much.
Without objection, Senate Bill 1169 will go by for the day.
Senate Bill 1326, a bill to require the State Board of Social Services to amend its regulations regarding bed limits for licensed assisted living facilities.
Senator from Arlington, Senator Favola.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the patron, and I also spoke with the chair of the Committee on Rehab and Social Services, I will ask that this bill be recommitted to Rehab and Social Services. There's some issues we still have to work on with the administration. Thank you.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall Senate Bill 1326 be recommitted to the Committee on Rehabilitation and Social Services? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is recommitted to the committee.
Senate Bill 1667, a bill relating to non-payment of child support, amount of arrearage paid, time period to pay arrearage, repayment schedule, suspension of driver's license.
Senator from Petersburg, Senator Dance.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the bill pass, and speaking to the bill
Senator
briefly.
has the floor.
This bill was explained thoroughly yesterday, but I wanted to pass it by to get some clearance from a colleague, and we've cleared that up. And I would ask that the bill pass.
I thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1667? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1667 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 3.
Ayes 37, noes 3. Senate Bill 1667 passes.
Senate Bill 1015, a bill relating to education improvement scholarships, pre-kindergarten eligibility, payout penalty.
Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that Senate Bill 1015 pass. And speaking to that bill?
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members of the Senate, Senate Bill 1015 basically extends our ability to allow for tax credits to be used to go to scholarships for children who attend pre-K. It's an expansion of an already existing state program that we have that specifically in this bill targets at-risk children. And we have modified this this year to demonstrate the need to have our children in pre-K in these underserved and underprivileged areas, and specifically those that are not served by their school divisions with a pre-kindergarten class being available to them. So the parent would have to certify that there is no other alternative pre-K offered by the state or by the locality, and so therefore they would be entitled to a scholarship to help their children. I think everybody in this body would agree with me that pre-kindergarten is essential of getting a good head start on our children's educations, and quite frankly, I think when we allow children who are at risk or in underserved inner cities or rural areas to have the ability to get scholarships for pre-K, then I think what we're doing is making smarter children. Because then when they go even into the public school, they're going to be better equipped to handle what's coming at them as they start their learning process, whether it be public or private school. So for those reasons, Mr. President, I now renew my motion that Senate Bill 1015 pass. Thank you.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1015? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1015 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 23, noes 15.
Ayes 23, noes 15. Senate Bill 1015 passes.
Senate Bill 1072, a bill relating to the definition of training center.
Senator from Lynchburg, Senator Peake.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. I move that the bill pass. And speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 1072 changes the definition of training center. It has a very limited effect. It's at the very last three lines, 140 through 143. The real purpose of this change in the definition is to prevent residents from Central Virginia Training Center from being transferred to Hiram Davis Medical Center unless the parents approve of that change. And that is really the main effect of this bill. I ask that it pass.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1072? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1072 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. Senate Bill 1072 passes.
Senate Bill 1129, a bill relating to eligibility for food stamps and TANF drug-related felonies.
Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that Senate Bill 1129 pass. And speaking to that,
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, this bill brings Virginia into alignment with a national trend that is either modifying or totally eliminating the lifetime ban on persons with drug-related convictions for distribution or conspiracy to distribute drugs from receiving SNAP, food stamps, and TANF. Again, I renew my motion that the bill passes.
I thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1129? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1129 pass. All in favor of the motion record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. Senate Bill 1129 passes.
Senate Bill 1145, a bill relating to Virginia Initiative for Employment, Not Welfare, Transitional Child Care.
Senator from Arlington, Senator Favola.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the bill pass. And speaking to the motion.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. What this bill does is for folks who were former TANF recipients, they would be allowed to have child care subsidy and some case management services for an additional 12 months while they're attending school. Right now, the child care subsidy only applies if they're working. But the ultimate goal for all of us is to ensure that our families, when they transition off of welfare, can actually make a living so they don't have to revert back to welfare. We want them to be able to support their families in a fiscally sustainable way. That's good for everybody. For that reason, and for many others, I ask that the bill pass. And I do want to mention that this did come out of a study that the Commission on Youth was engaged in. So, thank you.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1145? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1145 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 1. Rule 36-1.
Ayes 38, noes 1. Rule 36-1. Senate Bill 1145 passes.
Senate Bill 1184, a bill relating to the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, applicability, sexual assault response teams, and multidisciplinary child sexual abuse response teams.
Senator from King George, Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move the bill pass and speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, localities have two different teams that centered around sexual assault victims and then sexual abuse towards children. And one is the sexual assault response team. One is a multidisciplinary child sexual abuse response team. And essentially what that are, it's typically somebody from the Commonwealth Attorney's Office, the victim witness coordinator in that locality, the sheriff's office, maybe somebody from the state police, somebody else. And they basically try to have protocols and policies to help these victims and to help respond to these victims. And what this FOIA exemption does is it says you can't get the texts of the, not the text, but the discussions of their meetings, but the protocols and policies are subject to FOIA. And obviously this is designed to protect the victims in these cases, and I'd ask the bill pass.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1184? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1184 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. Senate Bill 1184 passes.
Senate Bill 1221, a bill relating to telemedicine services coverage.
Senator from Russell, Senator Chafin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the bill pass and speaking to the bill.
Thank the senator. You have the floor.
So telemedicine is medicine for the digital age, and this bill allows any properly licensed physician to reach out to individuals even in the comfort of their own home. Quality health care can be at every Virginian's fingertips, and people can be seen by the best doctors, literally some of the best doctors in the world. This bill will greatly improve health care opportunities and outcomes in rural parts of the Commonwealth. I hope it be the pleasure that the bill pass.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose is the senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline, rise?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To speak to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman of Local Government, for the correction. It's very helpful. Thank you, Mr. President. To speak to the bill briefly, this was a bill that came through the Health Professions Subcommittee, Senator Donovan and I made the motion in the full committee to report the bill. I'm not sure how I got recorded as a no, but the good thing is you all got to hear about this good bill being brought forward by the senator from Russell County that I think will do a lot of good things to help patients in rural areas get better care in a much more accessible way. So I thank him for bringing the bill. I was happy to make the motion to support. Don't know how you ended up with the no vote for me on that, but here we are today, so I hope we'll pass the bill.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from Arlington, Senator Favola, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to speak in favor of the bill passing.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. My bill was rolled into Senator Chafin's bill, and I'm pleased that it was. What I think is really important, though, is there are some additional steps we could take. We actually worked pretty rigorously to craft language that the administration could be comfortable with, that many interest groups could be comfortable with. And I hope over this next year that our Division of Health Professions and the Department of Human Resources can really look at some quality and liability issues so we can expand our telemedicine practices going forward. So for those reasons, and especially given our Medicaid expansion opportunities now, this will enable so many individuals to have continual care when they move around or if they don't have access to a medical a physician or a medical personnel when they really do need emergency care or even preventive care. I think this would be very helpful. So for those reasons, I do ask that the bill pass. Thank you.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1221? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1221 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. Senate Bill 1221 passes.
Senate Bill 1329, a bill relating to major information technology project procurement, terms and conditions, limitation of liability provisions.
Senator from Mecklenburg, Senator Ruff.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill pass, and speaking to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
This bill implements the industry-recognized best practice of a two-time value of the contract limitation on liability for vendors, except for some reasonable exceptions where the vendor is at fault. This is intended to fix a problem where some agency insists that vendors accept unlimited liability in order to compete for major IT procurement. The bill before you implements that standard of 2 times the limit, but allows the CIO to implement a higher cap if he feels it is necessary based on the risk associated with the project after consultation with the Secretary of Administration. The end result will be greater vendor participation, which means better deal for the taxpayers, and vendors will be selected based on the quality of their proposal and their price rather than whether or not they're willing to risk their entire company for a single procurement. I renew my motion to pass.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Surville, rise?
Speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, this year we've actually been pretty good. Normally we give out immunity like chiclets in this place, and I haven't seen any immunity bills this year until I saw this one. And the problem with this is that it authorizes basically the issuance of contracts that have liability limitations in them. And, you know, if a contract has risk, if there's risk with a certain thing we're contracting for, then go out and buy some insurance. There's products out there that are available for that. But if the contract is too risky, I don't know why they would need to put a liability limitation in there. That's all I'm saying. What's going to happen is we're going to have some kind of contract. Somebody's going to do something. This is IT stuff. Something's going to get messed up. It's going to cause a multi-million-dollar problem. Who knows how big? 10, 20, $30 million problem. We're going to have some liability limitation that says you can only recover 2. People are going to look back at us and say, how'd that ever happen? Why couldn't taxpayers recover their money? It's because you voted for a bill that allowed them to limit their liability in your contract. And they're pointing the finger at us. This is why you don't do liability limitation. There's ways to deal with it. And I'm going to vote against every immunity liability limitation bill I ever see, and I'm going to This is one of them. So I think we need to think carefully about how we give out immunity. We give it out way too often.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose is the Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking of the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I am speaking to this bill in hopes that it passed because I've been working with the chairman, who's first named on the bill, for quite a while on procurement. What we found out is there are companies in the Commonwealth that are reluctant to risk their whole big companies based on the term of unlimited liability. I'm sure a good trial attorney such as the senator from Fairfax, and he's talking about makes a living doing this stuff, but there's only so much risk that people are willing to take to do these things. And if we want to still have the best and the brightest of these companies, we've got to give them some room to know that they're not going to lose everything by just bidding on some of these contracts. So I would ask the body to vote for the bill.
Thank the Senator. Are there any other senators who wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1329? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1329 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 34, noes 6.
Ayes 34, noes 6. Senate Bill 1329 passes.
Senate Bill 1365, a bill relating to education improvement, scholarships, tax credits, benefits, and eligibility requirements, eligible student with a disability.
Junior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator DeStaff.
Mr. President, educating special education students is expensive in both public and private school settings. Since in-school advisors have proven to be a significant benefit to low-income families and local school systems, the use of EISTC to incentivize private donations to support public schools with supplemental public school personnel and result in direct professional assistance to the families in the highest risk of not continuing education after high school, and yet the greatest need of our assistance. A significant number of these families are in my district and are defined and impoverished in a post-secondary education that is their best hope of breaking the cycle of poverty in many such families. We all believe in education out of poverty. The cost of educating one of these students today is between $40,000 and $50,000 per student. Senate Bill 1365 attempts to address this issue in a different way, using an existing program with no fiscal impact to the Commonwealth. This bill is narrowly drawn to affect 3 schools using this criteria. They're licensed by DOE, accredited by VAIS, they're nonprofit, no public funds, I repeat, no public funds follow the students. This pilot idea can provide the data necessary to determine if this option is truly a viable option. If it doesn't work, the program sunsets in 2028. The bill will increase the pupil funding from 100% of the poverty level to 300% of the poverty level to help offset the higher cost of tuition for these special students with special needs. With that, Mr. President, I request the passage of this fine bill.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1365? Senior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Wagner.
Briefly, Mr. President, I hope
Senator has the floor.
I hope you support this bill. My youngest daughter, as many of you all know, has some special needs. She had the opportunity to go to this school, and quite frankly, it was life-changing for her. They provided so much help. This bill just gives those with less means the opportunity to have access to the kind of experience that my daughter had that really made a big difference in her life, and I think we need to pass this bill. Thank you.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall Senate Bill 1365 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 23, noes 17.
Ayes 23, noes 17. Senate Bill 1365 passes.
Senate Bill 1372, a bill relating to conformity of the Commonwealth's taxation system with the Internal Revenue Code, Virginia Taxable Income Emergency.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I respectfully ask that the bill pass and speaking to the motion.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I believe yesterday we pretty thoroughly vetted the various positions on this bill, and I think each of the perspectives were shared fairly significantly during the debate on the floor. I would just summarize that what this bill is designed to do is to return monies to those Virginia citizens who, in fact, are paying taxes. The components of it, just to remind you, are that there would be a refund of $110 or $220 to every taxpayer from their 2018 tax return. The GILTI would also be included in that, which is the foreign income tax from companies where there are American investors. There is also a subtraction that would be allowed for 1/5 of the net interest expenses that are incurred by businesses. It would also include the SALT. There's a cap on the federal tax bill that was passed of $10,000. This would allow additional deduction from citizens. And it would increase the standard deduction from $4,500 to $4,500 and $9,000 for a joint filing couple. The bill is designed so that it reaches across all economic strata, regardless if you're a taxpayer of $50,000 or less, or you're a taxpayer of $100,000 or more. There is a benefit that is included in that for you. I am realistic enough to appreciate that no matter how eloquent or articulate I might be, that I'm not going to persuade anyone's position on that this morning. So I would just respectfully ask that you support the bill so that we can give the money back to those taxpayers who, in fact, are paying taxes in the Commonwealth of Virginia and that they deserve some form of break under the taxation scheme.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1372? For what purpose, Senator from Franklin County? Senator Stanley rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to SB 1372.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, as I heard here yesterday and then read in the paper this morning, there are some in this chamber who are intent on not approving this conformity bill that gives the Virginia taxpayers back the money they will be otherwise overpaying. A very key word, overpaying. And when there is an overpayment, then we must give it back. We heard from the other side that this proposal has zero chance of winning support from those on the other side and has zero chance of support from our very own governor. Why are their members so intent on not giving those who pay taxes a refund on their overpayment? This plan, Mr. President, disproportionately benefits Virginians who make less than $100,000. It benefits all Virginians. To my good friend, the senior senator from Fairfax, who's claimed that this plan ignores those making less than $54,000 a year in the Commonwealth of Virginia, this tax relief package would not only give them a cash rebate this year, but would do more for them than the governor's proposal does. We shouldn't let it burn. We need to give it back. It is our obligation to give the taxpayers' money back to the taxpayers. It's the right thing to do. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw, rise?
You know, I've heard this argument before in the years that I've been here. Let me assure the senator from Southside, the people are getting their money back, and my people in Northern Virginia are paying more than their fair share. We get back about 20 cents for every dollar we send down. It's reversed from where he comes from. I really don't need a lecture on returning money to who gets money and who doesn't. The fact is that we're doing something we've never done before in all the years I've been here, and that's putting policy into conformity. Nothing's changed since yesterday. You know, I'm hopeful that that if this doesn't make it to the governor, we'll have a decent discussion, and maybe between this and the budget, we'll all come to our senses and get something worked out that everybody, all 40 members in this chamber, can agree upon. But the one last thing we need is a lecture on who gets money and who returns money where, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose, the Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I enjoyed hearing those remarks about whose money it is and whose money to be returned. And I'm just reminded about a week ago when I stood on this floor, and I didn't have the votes that day, but I suggested that when a corporation that had almost a $900 billion market cap was going to get money back that they were going to pay, that might be taxpayer money. And that was just future money that might happen. And now today, I'm being told that the very same money that not people with an $890 billion market cap, but might only have, $10,000 in the bank, or maybe even less than that, that their money that's going to be overtaxed through an unlegislated tax increase, that they don't need to get the money back. And I heard that we could just let it burn. And I would suggest...
Senator, you for a question, Mr. President.
Not at this time. And I would suggest that these folks who have paid, they're going to overpay their taxes, but they don't have a great team of lobbyists, maybe they ought to be entitled to getting their money back too. And I recognize that everyone on the other side of this chamber, they didn't agree with me when I made my case, and I said I don't think that we need to give a company that's making a decision that I think they'd make anyways hundreds of millions of dollars in tax relief, but I hope that we can provide some tax relief to people today. One of the things that's very important in this plan is that it's not just one-time tax relief, because it wouldn't just be a one-time unlegislated tax increase, but that there's the rebate so people get the money back. That's their money. That I was told the other day on the floor that not one dime of that money would be here in the Commonwealth's coffers had they not produced it. Not a dime of it. And that was an effective speech, and I really appreciated those remarks. And I would just point out that you get the rebate this year, and that you also, going forward, there's a 50% increase in the standard deduction that hasn't occurred in decades. And that's something that's going to help people that don't have an $890 billion market cap, but help people that are just middle income and low income Virginians, but they might not have the best accountants to put them in a situation so they're in the best tax preferred situation. So I hope today we can go forward, and all the folks on the other side that thought that those folks at Amazon deserved the money can help join me in giving the money back to regular Virginians. They're already here. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose is Senator from Northern Fairfax? Senator Howe, rise.
Mr. President, thank you. Before we go too far down this road, let's think back about how we got on the road. We got on the road when President Trump and the Republicans in Congress passed a tax bill that raised taxes on Virginians. Now we're trying to figure out what is the best way to return that money. But I think I would be very careful if I went too far in accusing this side of the aisle of being the Democrats being involved in getting us into this mess in the first place.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose is Senator from Fairfax City? Senator Peterson, rise.
Mr. President, to speak to the measure.
Senator, it's the floor.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, as you well know, I'm not on finance, so I have a cursory knowledge of some of these details. But let me tell you one thing I've learned in coaching, in politics, practicing law, and that is in what you do, try and have a single object. try and have one single object, and it's best if you have legislation to have one single object. This bill should have had one single object. It should have been, let's conform our state tax laws to match with the federal tax laws so that our citizens can most easily file tax returns and most promptly have those returns processed. That should have been the single object. Instead, I hear policy lectures and policy prescriptions from the other side of the aisle, and some of these are probably very good, and I may personally benefit from them. I think raising the minimum standard deduction actually has a pretty good idea, probably. But the problem is we have gotten away from what should have been a single object. You know, I heard a reference yesterday to football. I know a little bit about football, and I coached it for the past few years. And one thing I tell my linemen, when you get across the line of scrimmage, just look for somebody to hit, okay? Don't think more than just get across the line of scrimmage and hit somebody. That's all you need to know, okay? The problem is we're trying to do too many things with this bill. Let's just conform our tax codes to the feds, and then I get the timeout. I see that. No personal foul. Let's conform our tax code to the feds, and then you know what? We'll be back here next week, and we're going to take up all these excellent ideas from the gentleman from James City about minimum standard deduction and earned income tax credit. We're going to have that discussion. But for right now, let's get across the line of scrimmage and hit somebody. It's time for a single object bill, and this ain't it. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose is Senator from Lynchburg? Senator Peake rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the bill.
Senator, there's the floor.
And, I appreciate the comments, and I'm a little disappointed and upset, and it might be starting over here to launching a tax over there and back and forth. And this really shouldn't be a this side or that side argument. And I would just ask everybody to think back to last year when we were here. We passed a budget last year. We passed a budget that had bipartisan support for Medicaid expansion. And that increased our budget by a huge percentage. And we made our 2-year budget based on all of that income, and nobody had any thought whatsoever that because of what the feds did, we would have an extra $1 billion to spend this year, just 1 year later. This was not money we planned on. It wasn't money that we put in our budget. It wasn't money that we expected to spend. I submit to you, members of the Senate, this is like somebody walking down the street. They find a wallet on the ground full of money. Do they take it home and spend it, or do they take it to somebody and say, I found a wallet. Is this your wallet? Do they look in there, see the driver's license? I found your wallet full of money. It's not my money. It's your money. I'm going to return it to you. And that's what we have right here. It is not our money. We had not planned on this money. We had not budgeted for this money. It is the taxpayers' money, and you are absolutely right, Senator from Fairfax, I believe, not the senior senator, but excuse me. This was because of what the Republicans and the Congress did. They made a tax break at the federal level nationwide. It so happens that that tax break is having an unfair impact on Virginia residents. As the people who represent Virginia citizens, it is our obligation to return that wallet full of money to them. And that's what this bill does. That's why we want to return this money, all of it, as we found it, continue with our budget as we constructed it last year, take the money that has come to us naturally through the organic growth in income tax returns, in sales tax, which is still almost $1 billion, address our budget as we're supposed to do in the off year, apply that money as we should, be responsible, and pass this bill. And I have to address one other thing from the senior senator from Fairfax who has referred to this bill and our proposals as similar to the car tax proposal. This has absolutely nothing to do with the car tax proposal from the last millennium. That money was money that was coming into the localities, that was taken away from the localities that they had planned on spending. This is not that. We are not taking away money we had planned on receiving. So I ask that this bill pass. Bipartisan support for this bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator. For what purpose does Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards, rise?
Mr. President, speaking against the bill.
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, every CPA and tax preparer I've talked to says we should pass a tax conformity bill first. And it so happens the only bill that can pass is with 80% vote necessary to be for the emergency clause is for a tax conformity bill only. And they all say put off till another time a straight policy issue bill that deals with whether or not the earned income tax credit should be refundable, or whether or not what else to be done in terms of the policy. But until we can get the tax conformity bill alone passed in an emergency with an 80% vote, the only one that would ever pass this body and down the hall, until that's done, the tax department cannot process tax returns. So we're stuck. Our taxpayers are being hurt by not having their tax returns processed and refunds or whatever needs to be done taken care of by the tax department. And there are about 30 different forms that would have to be filed if we don't pass a tax conformity bill. I know it's kind of complicated to explain this, but there are about 30-some different forms that would have to be filed. And with a tax conformity bill, we can avoid that. Make it easier for the taxpayers. Tax department can process these forms. People can go forward with the returns, with whatever refunds they would otherwise get, and then we will deal later with the question of tax policy, with the refundable earned income tax credit that the governor wants, or whatever else we might do. Or maybe there's a compromise out there. But until we pass, with 80% vote, a straight tax conformity bill, because that's required, 80% for it to be an emergency, the tax department cannot do their job. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose is Senator from Eastern Fairfax? Senator Surville rise.
Speaking to the bill.
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, ladies and gentlemen, if you all want to give the money back to taxpayers, then let them file their tax returns. Right now, they can't file a tax return. And we have a bill on the floor right now that doesn't have the votes to pass. We asked you repeatedly, involve us in the discussion. If you want our votes, involve us in the discussion, include us in the bill. None of our ideas were included. None of us were consulted. Now we have a bill in front of us that needs 80% of the votes in this chamber to pass, and it doesn't have it. We're still talking about apples and oranges, just like I said yesterday. We're talking about conformity, and straight conformity bills, and you all want to talk about policy. We don't do this. Nobody can point to a bill like this for 200 years of history. And effectively what's going on here is we have people that want to hold people's tax returns hostage to achieve political policy goals. That's what's happening in this situation. That's simply what's going on. And it's the exact kind of behavior that got things screwed up in Congress. Why Congress can't get anything done. People sent us here to come here and be bipartisan, to talk to each other, to work things out. And we asked and begged for that, and it didn't happen. And so now we're going to go into this weekend, probably another week, probably another 2 weeks, maybe in 3 weeks, where people cannot file their tax returns. And that is a big problem. We can sit here and debate all this stuff in the fishbowl and talk to each other about all the things we talk about. But on the outside, all anybody on the outside knows is, I can't file my tax return. And that's what we need to fix.
Thanks, Senator. For what purpose is Senator from Rockingham? Senator Obenshain rise.
Mr. President, rise to speak to the bill.
Senator's the floor.
You know, I hear a lot of complaints from the other side about single objects, about conforming, but let's not roll in policy. All we're trying to do is conform without raising taxes on Virginians. Make no mistake about it, we're talking about a $1 billion tax increase if we do this the way that some people in here are suggesting. And what I hear are complaints about letting the people of Virginia keep their money, not overpay this year, about not raising taxes on Virginians, while at the same time, as the gentleman from Roanoke County pointed out, we had no problem passing out by a margin sufficient to have included an emergency clause an Amazon bill that would have been about $500 million. Last year, we had no problem reporting out of here a $1 billion giveaway to the hospitals in Virginia. When it comes to corporate welfare, giving money to big corporations, apparently there's no problem. But when it comes to letting the good people of Virginia keep their hard-earned money, that's where the problem arises. Well, I just don't understand when we hear people talk about, let people file their taxes. Well, you know what? I want them to be able to file their taxes. And you know what's standing in the way of letting people file their taxes? It's anybody who votes no on this bill. You're the ones who are standing in the way of letting people file their taxes and get their money back. Yesterday, frankly, we heard words that were worthy of Washington, D.C. Let it burn. That's the taxpayers' money that we're talking about, letting it burn. We need to give it back to them. We need to let them keep their hard-earned money. And to do it, we can, it is hard-earned money. And anybody who says otherwise is just flat wrong. We have no trouble giving it to corporations. Let's let the good people of the Commonwealth of Virginia keep their money.
Thanks, Senator. For what purpose did Senator from King George, Senator Stewart, rise?
Speak to the bill, Mr. President.
Senator, has the floor.
Mr. President, I'm a country boy, and I try to simplify things. And it's real simple. We talk about filing tax returns. Well, if you want Virginians to file their tax returns as soon as they can, then you support this bill. If you want Virginians to have to file their tax returns and then each and every Virginian have to amend it, then don't support this bill. If you don't want Virginians to get the money that they overpaid back, then don't support this bill. This is the most simplified, expeditious way to allow Virginians to file their tax returns one time and get their refund back. And my friend from Fairfax City, who I think always has a great way of sort of summarizing everything and boiling it down, I agree. We need to deal with the single object. And this is a single object bill, and the single object is to get the taxpayers their money back. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator. For what purpose is Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley, rise?
Mr. President, briefly, just, I have some good friends on the other side of the aisle, but my good friend, the senator from Eastern Fairfax, just admitted one thing that I think they truly don't believe. He said, y'all are holding the people's tax refund hostage. Well, finally, we get an admission that this belongs to the taxpayer from you. But you know what? There's a fundamental difference. And that fundamental difference is very simple. You want to spend their money? We don't believe that it belongs to us and should be returned to them. That's how you make it so simple. This bill does just that. You want to keep their money? We want to give it back. Let's not let it burn. Let's give it back to them.
For what purpose is Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw, rise?
First off, Mr. President, I found the example given by the senator from Lynchburg too good to pass up. And I'll get back to the senator from Franklin in a minute. But generally speaking, if that wallet's been dropped on the ground, it's probably from somebody in my region. And if that wallet is picked up, it's usually picked up by somebody from your region. Okay? All right? Make no mistake about that. So that pretty much ties into the senator from Franklin about whose money this is. You can pretty much guess. There was an article in Virginia Business a few years ago, in fact, more than a few years ago, and it showed where it drew municipalities based on the amount of income tax, the percentage of income tax that they paid into the state's tax coffers. Northern Virginia was almost 50% of the land mass of Virginia. Almost 50% of the land mass. And this was long before population explosion. And the bulk of that, by the way, was Fairfax County, as you could pretty much guess. So we really don't need lectures on whose money it is and whose money it isn't, and whose wallet it was and whose wallet it wasn't. But like I said, you can pretty much guess if that wallet was dropped on the ground, it was by somebody from my area and probably found by somebody from your area. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator. For what purpose does the senator from Russell, Senator Chafin, rise?
I rise to speak to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
You know, Mr. President, I have always been told all of my life that character can simply be defined by doing the right thing when people aren't watching. I've heard that my entire life. Well, let me tell you, Mr. President, the people of the Commonwealth of Virginia are watching, okay? Now, what the senator from Lynchburg was talking about was a scenario, an example of a circumstance when the people weren't, when someone wasn't watching. Someone found a wallet. They could have kept it, but they chose to do the right thing. Mr. President, the people of the Commonwealth are watching.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senator from Grayson, Senator Carrico, rise?
Rise to speak to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
You know, I was kind of amazed at that comment about my area picking up the wallet of someone's from senator from Fairfax's region. They would have picked it up and they would have returned it. But maybe that's why they wanted to raise the threshold on the law last year on grand larceny, because they wanted to commit grand larceny and take the money and never give it back so that it won't be the felony that they are trying to commit here.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Mr. President, I rise to speak only if there are no other speakers who would like to address the issue, sir.
Are there any other senators who wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1372? Seeing none, Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I listened with varying reactions from amusement to distress as I heard some of the comments that were made, and I think certainly most of them were in the realm of civility and not particularly strident, although the senator from Eastern Fairfax County, I think, perhaps indulged in some hyperbole on it. I was amused by the coach from Fairfax City who talked about the football analogy. And, you know, rumor has it that there is a modest football game that has taken place on Sunday. And I guarantee you that neither of those two teams have one object or one play, that in fact they have a strategy that is in place. And I suggest to you, Mr. President, that what we have before us in Senate Bill 1372 is a pretty clear articulation of both the policy that so much discussion has been made about. The policy statement is pretty clear. We're going to make a refund. We're going to deconform guilty. We're going to allow a 20% deduction for the net interest deduction. We're going to deconform SALT, and we're going to increase the standard deduction. That is an articulation of a policy. That is the policy. And I do think it is flirting with being disingenuous when there is an intimation that there hadn't been any participation and discussion on it. Over the last 3 days, there has been an awful lot of discussion. It is just that there are two different perspectives. That doesn't mean that there hasn't been a discussion. It just means that there is not a reconciliation on it. I would suggest, Mr. President, that I do think, in fact, there is a clear articulation of a policy. I think it is a clear articulation that those of us on this side do not want to spend $2.1 billion and give nothing back to the taxpayers. It's that analogy that we used the other day on the goalpost. On the left is spend it all, and on the right is let's give some back to the taxpayers who are actually making the tax payments in the Commonwealth of Virginia. And I respect that there can be a difference of opinion. But the other thing that is almost amusing, if not ludicrous to me, is the reference to an 80%. There is only one tax bill that remains before this body right now. So all of the discussion about what we're going to do and trying to help these taxpayers, there is no other vehicle before this body that is addressing tax reform. None. And the deadline for putting in legislation in the absence of unanimous consent has passed. So it's wonderful to talk about what you would have liked and what could have been and what would have been. Senate Bill 1372 is the only tax reform bill that is before us. And I suggest that you can vote against it because you don't like the 80%, but that's the vehicle that is going to give immediate tax relief. That is the vehicle.
Mr. President, will the
I
Senator
will not
yield for a question?
Will the Senator yield?
I will not yield.
Senator will not yield.
So I suggest to you, Mr. President, a lot of this hyperbole and verbosity that is going on ignores the fact there's only one vehicle alive, and it is going to be the only vehicle before this Senate in this session.
Mr. President, will the Senator from James City County yield for a question?
Will the Senator yield for a question?
Mr. President, speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
If the other side would be willing to amend this bill to a tax conformity bill alone, it would clearly pass with an 80% margin, and which is required for an emergency. And he knows, and the other side knows, unless it's a straight conformity bill, it will not pass. And that's, whose fault is that? It's not the minority's fault, Mr. President. Thank you.
Mr. President.
For purpose, Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline rise.
Since we've already abandoned letting the patron have the final word on the bill, I would just like to point out that my colleague from the Roanoke Valley, which apparently we have no money there, so I hope no one comes to the Shenandoah Club to raise money. But in any event, I would just point out that my colleague from the Roanoke Valley pointed out that if this were a tax conformity bill that didn't have the money in it to actually provide tax relief, it could get the 80% necessary. I would just point out that if this was giving hundreds of millions of dollars to Amazon and not back to regular Virginians, it would get the 80% necessary to pass today. Thank you, Mr. President. I hope the bill passes.
The question is, shall Senate Bill 1372 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 20, noes 20.
Ayes 20, noes 20. The bill fails. Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, having voted on the prevailing side by which House Bill 1372 failed to report, I move we reconsider the vote.
Question.
Mr. President, point of order.
Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
I'd say point of order. Is there a prevailing side and a tie vote?
Yes.
The bill failed. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. In light of the fact that the bill did require a 4/5 vote and the bill failed, and Senator Newman voted on the failing side, the reconsideration is procedurally appropriate. Mr. President, in light of the fact that the bill did fail, and I would ask that we reconsider the vote by which the bill fails, sir.
And Senator Newman's motion is still on the floor. The question is, shall the vote by which Senate Bill 1372 failed be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The motion is agreed to. The senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I know I'm not one of the intellectual giants on this floor, but I am a pragmatist. I would respectfully ask that we reconsider the vote by which Senate Bill 1372 was engrossed and advanced to its third reading, sir.
Question is, shall the vote by which Senate Bill 1372 was engrossed and advanced to its third reading be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The motion is agreed to. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just from a procedural orientation standpoint, I believe that Senate Bill 1372 is now in its second reading in the amendable form.
That is accurate, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I have distributed an amendment to Senate Bill 1372. And speaking to that amendment, sir.
Senator has the floor.
First of all, Mr. President, I would ask we waive the reading of the amendment.
Question is, shall the reading of the floor amendment be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor amendment is waived. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. The amendment is. Thank you, Mr. President. The amendment is very simple. It strikes line 735, which is the emergency clause on that provision, on the Senate Bill 1372, and I would ask that the floor amendment be agreed to.
Question is, shall the floor amendment be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. Floor amendment fails. Seeing at least 8 hands, we will have a recorded vote. All in favor of the motion to adopt the floor amendment will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 23, noes 17.
Ayes 23, noes 17. Floor amendment is adopted. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Mr. President, I would now move that the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading in the amended form, sir.
Question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would now respectfully move that the rules of the Senate be suspended and that the bill be placed on its final passage as it's on its amended form in the third reading.
Question is, shall the rules be suspended and the third constitutional reading be dispensed with? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The rules are suspended and the third constitutional reading is dispensed with. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would now ask that the amended form of Senate Bill 1372 pass, and speaking very briefly to that, sir.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, the bill has now had the emergency clause that has been stripped from that, and I would ask the body to support the passage of Senate Bill 1372 in its amended form.
For what purpose, Senator from Roanoke City? Senator Edwards rise.
Mr. President, what we talked about is a need for a tax conformity bill that was required with an emergency clause on it that would pass both bodies. Until that's done, the tax department cannot process tax returns. This does not have an emergency clause on it. It won't go into effect if it ever passes and signed by the governor, which is highly unlikely, until July the 1st. So we have done nothing to assist our taxpayers in processing tax returns and the tax department in processing tax returns. This will accomplish nothing. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator.
Mr. President.
Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, would the gentleman from Roanoke rise for the purpose of the question?
Will Senator rise for a question?
I'll be happy to rise.
Senator Rise, you have the floor.
Mr. President, I would ask the gentleman if he agrees with me that there are many ways to get an emergency clause on a bill, including the ability to have an amendment come back from the House of Delegates. Is that correct?
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, it's my understanding both sides would have to have an 80% vote for an emergency clause to be on any piece of legislation.
Further question?
I would ask the gentleman if it's also true that once this gets through the normal process, anticipating it'll be a 7-day bill, that the bill can actually come back from the governor once the agreement is done with an emergency clause only taking 21 votes.
Senator has the floor.
Well, Mr. President, that depends on what the governor does in terms of his emergency, if he puts an emergency clause on.
Mr. President, Mr. President, would the gentleman agree with me that if we're going to get to that point at this time, the only way to do this is pass this bill this way, work with the House of Delegates, work with the governor, and have a reasonably good opportunity to have an emergency clause sometime before we actually leave this session?
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, there's a lot of contingencies right there. Our side has been trying to work with the other side, but the other side is not interested in hearing what our side has to say. So therefore, there's no compromise, to my knowledge, in the works.
Mr. President,
further question?
Would the gentleman agree with me that yesterday there was a pretty big altar call here, and that was an altar call of ideas, and we had it right here. Everyone could bring their ideas right here, and we actually had one. The senior senator of Fairfax brought an idea, but the only one that is available to us today is this vehicle, and not only that, this is the only one on this Capitol that actually returns all the money that comes in from the federal tax returns back to the people of Virginia.
Is that a question?
Senator has the floor.
Yes.
Mr. President, until there's a compromise of some sort that with 80% vote, Mr. President, this body cannot pass an emergency clause.
Further question?
Thank you.
Further question? Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1372?
Mr. President.
What purpose, Senator from Franklin County? Senator Stanley rise.
Mr. President, before we make this vote, I just could not let this stand any longer because it's just been kind of eating me up. You know what we saw here just in the discussion of whether we should give the money back to the taxpayer and who this money that has come in as a windfall belongs to. We heard from the other side, at least the leader from the other side, that if the wallet fell out of the pocket, it was their wallet, and if the people that picked it up came from us south of the Rappahannock. Well, one, I guess he was implying that the people that live in Fairfax are careless with their money. But two, knowing just as the senator from Grayson said that we would find that owner and return that money to him means that the people south of the Rappahannock are caring. And this is what this is about. Whose is it? And quite frankly, I'm insulted, as everyone should be south of the Rappahannock, that had to listen to the fact that all the money is up in Northern Virginia, none of the money is down in Southern Virginia, and we've got our hand out and we're taking their money. Never. Never. And it's insulting. And it really heightens the fact, ladies and gentlemen, that maybe the people south of the Rappahannock know what's best for the people, for all of the Commonwealth of Virginia, not some one small geographic area packed full of people. Thank you, Mr. President.
For what purpose is it? For what purpose does the senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Sasslaw, rise?
Speak to the measure.
Senator has the floor.
You just heard how the people from our area are careless. It shows that, by his example, the people are careless with our money. Let me just point out, the difference is it's our money, not yours.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Wow, I must say, as a spectator, Mr. President, I enjoyed that colloquy going back and forth. But once again, trying to return to the world of being grounded, I listened with fairly carefully and with some amusement the obfuscation and the responses from the senator from Roanoke City as the senator from Bedford asked questions. The reality is that if we are going to move forward on any policy dealing with tax reform, that we need a legislative vehicle. I will say with no disrespect that the current plan that has been proposed at the other end of the Capitol is not that vehicle. So where we are in the world of pragmatism is that Senate Bill 1372 will remain alive if we get 21 votes out of here, that it will be the vehicle where we can continue the discussion. It is very apparent, based upon the vote that has taken place here today, that there's going to have to be a broader discussion that will include some bipartisan discussions. But if we do not pass this bill in its amended form, there is no vehicle to have that discussion in a meaningful way unless you want to try to embrace that which the House of Delegates will send us. And I expect that their final bill is going to be in such an unusual form that it's going to be a challenge from a germaneness to try to put something on. So I encourage the body to support this bill so that we can move forward with continuing discussions.
Question is, shall Senate Bill 1372 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. Senate Bill 1372 passes.
Senate Bill 1413, a bill relating to oyster planting grounds lease assignments.
Senator from Williamsburg, Senator Mason.
Mr. President, I move Senate Bill 1413 pass. And speaking to the motion.
Senator has the floor.
Well, Mr. President, let's talk aquaculture. Over the past year, Mr. President, we thought we had a disagreement over some aquaculture, but it doesn't seem to have been all that bad, sir, by comparison. But we put together a working group for the past year to work on aquaculture, we put the industry together with the landowners, with the pier operators, with the non-commercial watermen, and tried to come up with a solution. This bill, Mr. President, is the consensus agreement from the working group that gives the VMRC some more tools to manage. And really what we're trying to do in this case is weed out some bad actors that are that are taking advantage of aquaculture leasing and not doing the things that we want with it. It does raise some fees associated with it, which the industry and all parties agreed to. There was one group, Mr. President, of members that came forward late that had an issue with one particular aspect. We have continued to work with them, and as of this morning, I got an email from the group that if this bill, and it has an emergency clause, if this bill moves forward, as I hope it will today, Mr. President, that they are now in agreement with what we've done and are very appreciative to have been included in the group. So, Mr. President, with that, I renew my motion that Senate Bill 1413 pass.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is Senator from King George? Senator Stewart rise.
Speak to the bill, Mr.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I want to commend the gentleman from Williamsburg. He's done a good job and worked really hard on this issue. They spent a lot of time over the summer, and it's a really important issue because, again, we've got a lot of conflicts with people who live on the shore of the river and the folks who want to raise oysters in the water. And I will tell you that those oysters that we are raising probably do more to clean up the rivers in our Commonwealth than anything else we can do. And they did a great job of balancing the interests and trying to find a compromise. Everybody's never happy in this, but this is a good compromise bill, and I hope everybody will support it.
Senator, do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1413? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1413 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. Senate Bill 1413 passes.
Senate Bill 1494, a bill relating to firefighters and emergency medical technicians Procedural Guarantee Act breach of procedures.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that Senate Bill 1494 pass, and by way of explanation,
Senator has the floor.
This is a simple bill for our firefighters and emergency medical technicians under the Procedural Guarantee Act. It just simply provides that evidence gathered through the conduct of an interrogation that violates the provisions of this chapter should not be admissible in any case against a firefighter or emergency medical services personnel. That's all it says. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1494? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1494 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, noes 0. Senate Bill 1494 passes.
Having voted on the prevailing side, I would move that we consider the vote by which that passed.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the vote by which Senate Bill 1494 passed be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The motion is agreed to. Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that the bill pass.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall Senate Bill 1494 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. Senate Bill 1494 passes.
Senate Bill 1523, a bill relating to Governor's Secretary of Workforce Development created.
Senator from Mecklenburg, Senator Ruff.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the bill pass, and speaking to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
This bill changes the title of the Governor's Chief Workforce Advisor to Secretary of Workforce Development. It moves the Virginia Employment Commission and the Department of Labor and Industry under this Secretariat. The Secretary will be charged with coordinating the workforce programs at all levels, particularly the community college, as we try to develop better balance between workforce training and jobs that are available in the 21st century. I renew my motion to pass.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1523? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1523 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 34, noes 6.
Ayes 34, noes 6. Senate Bill 1523 passes.
Senate Bill 1554, a bill relating to the Virginia Freedom of Information Act civil penalties.
Senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben.
Could that bill go by temporarily?
Without objection, Senate Bill 1554 will go by temporarily.
Senate Bill 1592, a bill directing the Director of the Department of Small Business and Supplier Diversity to amend certain regulations related to certain small businesses.
Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is just a bill that clarifies that the number of employees that are counted for this particular designation of small business actually means FTE and not total number of part-time employees, just to better reflect business practices.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1592? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1592 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. Senate Bill 1592 passes.
Senate Bill 1605, a bill relating to stakeholder processes for the development of energy efficiency programs.
Senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that SB 1605 pass, and speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
This bill has to do with the stakeholder process in regard to the Grid Transformation and Security Act that was passed last year. Regardless of whether or not you liked last year's bill, this General Assembly now has the policy that $1 billion will be spent on energy efficiency over the next 10 years, and this bill sees that it is spent more efficiently. It requires that the stakeholder process that's already in place help ensures the timely delivery and effective delivery of that money for the energy efficiency commitment. And while the SCC has recently hired a facilitator, no meetings have yet occurred, and the SCC representatives have stated that they may only hold one meeting. This bill proposes to ensure that this very important stakeholder process meets regularly and consistently and is held accountable to deliver a useful work product that will help us all improve energy efficiency from the utilities over the next decade. Without the bill, we can't be assured that that $1 billion will be spent in the most efficient manner. So I move the bill pass.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1605? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1605 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. Senate Bill 1605 passes.
Senate Bill 1625, a bill relating to the statewide fire prevention code definition of permissible fireworks.
Senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike.
Mr. President, I move the bill pass, and speaking to the motion.
Senator has the floor.
This bill updates the language of our current fireworks statute to use the scientific definition. And so, Mr. President, I hope that some of the fuses are a little bit more short and possibly burn out from the earlier debate today to understand that this is not a change to existing practice, but rather using the scientific definition, eliminating, although some might have a heart full of fond memories of pharaoh serpents, pinwheels, or whirligigs, it is probably not the best to have those brand names in the code. And so that corrects this issue, Mr. President, and move the bill's passage.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1625? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1625 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 29, noes 11.
Ayes 29, noes 11. Senate Bill 1625 passes.
Senate Bill 1662, a bill relating to electric utilities energy efficiency programs.
Senior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Wagner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill pass, and speaking to that measure.
Thank the senator. You have the floor.
Thank you. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, Senate Bill 1662 requires that the SCC, if they turn down an energy efficiency request from an incumbent utility, that the SCC also provide their working papers, the rationale and the reasons why they might have turned it down. It also requires that when a utility turns in an energy efficiency request, that they also provide a budget, detailed budget, and methods about going about how to implement the program. It has a further provision that any reduction of a proposed energy efficiency program that, again, the same kind of explanations are there. It also says that an energy efficiency program will remain in effect until the allotted budget from the State Corporation Commission is used. And with that explanation, I renew my motion the bill pass.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1662? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1662 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 34, noes 6.
Ayes 34, no 6. Senate Bill 1662 passes.
Senate Bill 1737, a bill to provide civil relief for citizens of the Commonwealth who are employees or contractors of the United States government who have been furloughed or are otherwise not receiving wages or payments as a result of the partial closure of federal government.
Senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike.
Mr. President, I move that the bill pass. And speaking to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the measure that many of you might have seen come through committee. It provides a 30-day stay for foreclosure or eviction proceedings for those who were impacted by the federal government shutdown. As you know, it started in late December, lasting 35 days, impacting many families. The bill before you and the substitute presented was also worked with both the financial industry as well as apartment owners. And there's concurrence with the language and provision. It does have a sunset in September of this year, September 30th. It allows, basically some interim relief for those who have been significantly impacted. As many of you recall, the shutdown lasted for 35 days. And the impacts of this are still not known. There are a lot of folks that, even though they were out of work, still had to show up to work. They had to pay for food, pay for housing, pay for gas to get to work, but didn't receive a paycheck. And so this is, I think, a modest way that Virginia can help in that process in the unfortunate circumstance where folks need time to catch up on payments. The federal government just issued some paychecks this year, but it's still going to be time for those people to catch up. They've had expenses all month, in addition to the fact that shutdown happened right after Christmas. And so you got a lot of folks that had Christmas gifts and budgeted things and items that bills are now due, Mr. President. And this is something I ask the bill pass and appreciate the body's support for the measure.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose is Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain, rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
Proceed.
Mr. President, am I correct that this bill has an emergency clause?
Yes, it does, Senator.
And that it requires 80% in order to be able to be passed?
That's correct.
Speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, I'm thankful that federal government finally found a way to at least temporarily resolve the gridlock and impasse that existed in Washington. I certainly hope that we're going to find a way to do that here in Richmond as well, and that cooler minds will prevail, and it won't take a month in order for us to be able to do that. But fact remains that federal government is back to work, and paychecks have been issued. And it would be my hope that this bill would not be necessary in the future. I'm thankful that that people have received that back pay and are receiving it. My problem with this is that what we're doing is shifting the burden from one part of the private sector to the other. Fortunately, we don't need to make that decision now. And I would respectfully submit that the reason for this bill has passed. If the reason should occur in the future, then we ought to revisit it then. But I think it would be a good idea to vote no on this bill at this time.
Thanks, Senator. For what purpose is Senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben, rise?
To ask if the senator from Prince William will yield for a question.
Will Senator yield?
I yield.
Senator yield. You have the floor.
I would ask the senator if the apartment industry supported this bill.
Senator's floor.
Mr. President, I'd ask the answer to the senator that yes, in fact, we met with stakeholders that would have impacted, as the senator from Harrisonburg indicated may be a cause of concern, but we actually met with industry and worked out language which was presented and approved by the substitute, Mr. President.
Further question?
I thank the senator.
Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1737? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1737 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 26, noes 13.
Ayes 26, noes 13. The bill fails.
Senate Bill 1752, a bill relating to the Virginia lottery ticket discounting civil penalties.
Senator from Mecklenburg, Senator Ruff.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the bill pass, and speaking to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
This bill deals with the lottery ticket discounting. Last summer at the Virginia pilot broke a story about a lottery in which an unusually high number of lottery tickets were being cashed at certain stores. The lottery has been following up and determined that some of the problem is tickets are being sold to certain stores to avoid back taxes on child support or state taxes. Currently, the only solution they have is to suspend that particular store. This gives them another option of either paying a fine or suspending sales at that store. I renew my motion to pass.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1752? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1752 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll. Ayes 37, no 0. Senate Bill 1752 passes.
Senate Bill 1774, a bill relating to the Board for Contractors, requirements for licensure, certification of automatic fire sprinkler inspectors.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that Senate Bill 1774 pass. And by way of explanation,
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, this bill fills a gap, if you will, in the statewide building code. Currently, with regard to automatic fire sprinkler systems, currently those that install, the contractors that install automatic sprinkler systems have to be licensed, but there's no similar licensing requirement or certification requirement for inspectors. And it's important that fire sprinkler systems be inspected periodically, because often they're in effect for 10, 20, 50 years without being operated, which is good because of a fire or something like that. And so, Mr. President, what this does is make sure the inspectors are properly certified so that they get continuing education periodically, and therefore, when they inspect the sprinkler systems, they're doing the job they need to do. So that's all it does, Mr. President. With that explanation, I move the bill pass.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1774? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1774 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 2.
Ayes 38, noes 2. Senate Bill 1774 passes.
Mr. President.
Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Could we return to page 23 for motion, Senate Bill 1129?
Senator from Hanover, Senator
Mr. President, having voted on the prevailing side by which Senate Bill 1129 passed, I ask that that vote be reconsidered, and speaking to that briefly.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I want to thank the senator from Hampton. I candidly missed this, and I'll talk about it when it comes back up. But I went over and advised her of the concern I had. She went and checked with some people in her office who she'd been working with on this bill, and unfortunately, my concern was affirmed, and that's why I'm bringing it back. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose, Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Not to speak to reconsideration, I take that up. I have to do something on another bill, so I yield.
But not right now? Okay. Question is, shall the vote by which Senate Bill 1129 passed be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The motion is agreed to. Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I again move that Senate Bill 1129 pass. And as I mentioned before, this bill will bring Virginia into alignment with a national trend that modifies the lifetime ban on persons with drug-related convictions to distribute drugs from receiving SNAP and TANF.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose is Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal rise?
To speak very briefly to the bill.
Senators, the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do want to again thank the senator from Hampton. When this bill was first brought forward, I thought it only had to deal with individuals who are convicted of possession of drug offenses. But in looking at it and after confirming with the senator, it does include individuals who were convicted of distribution or manufacturing of drugs. So, Mr. President, I do think there's a little difference between the two. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1129? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1129 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. Senate Bill 1129 passes.
Returning to page 29, Senate Bill 1554.
Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Serville.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to pass the bill and speaking to that motion.
Senator, is the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 1554 is a bill that this body saw last year and passed 31-8 in actually a stronger form than it is right now. The bill basically does two things. Number one, it closes a hole in the code right now. The code does not make clear that that there's any kind of penalty for destroying public records for a FOIA request. And so this says that if you destroy public records so you don't have to produce it under FOIA, you can get fined by a judge. The second piece has to do with closed meetings. It makes it clear that if you vote to certify a closed meeting in violation of law, that is, you talked about things in the closed meeting you didn't tell the public you're going to talk about, then a judge can fine you for that. If anybody wants to get into examples, there's about a dozen per year where the closed meeting rule gets violated. And we need to have consequences here to sort of reorient the incentives to make sure FOIA is complied with. And having said that, again, renew my motion, the bill pass.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose is Senator from King George, Senator Stewart rise?
Mr. President, would the gentleman yield for a question?
Well, Senator yield.
I'll yield.
Senator yields, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd ask the gentleman, it appears that he struck out intentionally on line 22. Is that correct?
Mr. President, I would say that is correct, but then on line 22 we added with the intent to avoid the provisions of this chapter. So it's a destruction with the intent to avoid the provisions of this chapter. So we picked it up in a different way just to make it crystal clear. It had to be somebody, not just somebody who intentionally deleted an email, but it had to be somebody who intentionally destroyed the record to avoid the chapter.
And Mr. President, may I ask another question?
Senator Yield.
Senator Yield for another question.
Senator Yield, floor.
With regard to the certification, Mr. President, in this for the local bodies, is there any affirmative requirement that they do this with intent, or is this just a per se violation that they certify, even if they certify out of ignorance?
Senator, is the floor.
I would say to the gentleman that there's no requirement of an intent. And yes, if it's certified out of ignorance, they would be held accountable for that, which I think would make people be more careful about what they talk about in their closed meetings and make people more careful about what they do. And I mean, the bill was in this identical form and it passed last year 32-8. At least this part was, subsection C.
Further question?
Mr. President, would the gentleman yield for another question?
I'll yield.
Senator yields.
Mr. President, I asked the gentleman, did this come through the FOIA Council this summer?
It did.
And Mr. President,
Further question?
I would ask the gentleman what that council recommended on this bill.
There's the floor.
I would tell the gentleman that the bill deadlocked on the FOIA Council because there were some people on the FOIA Council who wanted to create accountability for local government lawyers who incorrectly advised their bodies to certify meetings. And the FOIA Council was like 2/3 lawyers, and so all the lawyers abstained from the vote. And so given that 2/3 of the FOIA Council abstained from the vote, they couldn't vote to either not recommend it or recommend it. And so the FOIA Council just kind of deadlocked on the whole thing, and that's what happened.
And so, Mr. President, if I understand that very long, lengthy answer, the FOIA Council failed to make a recommendation that this bill should be made a law. Is that correct?
Senator's the floor.
I would say they didn't recommend one way or the other.
Mr. President, may I state? Mr. President, speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I support half of what the gentleman's trying to do, but what concerns me is Section C starting in line 28. And just so everybody understands what it is, when people go into a closed session, which is usually, I mean, there are only a very few exceptions you can easily even go into a closed session for, and it's to talk about somebody's personnel records so you don't embarrass them in front of the public, to talk about maybe buying land or something where you don't want to be disadvantaged by the person you're buying it from, or potential litigation. And what this bill would say is if you came out and you talked about potential litigation and 2 or 3 of the members also made mention about the Super Bowl, you could be fined $500 because you certified that you only talked about the personnel record. And I don't think that's what we're trying to get. And that concerns me about this. Everybody, I believe, agrees with line 19 in that first paragraph. But you're talking about largely people who run for a public office, who volunteer for service in various capacities throughout the Commonwealth. And I don't mean this in any disrespectful way, but they're not terribly sophisticated oftentimes. And they may think they understand this law, and this, I guess, is what we lawyers would call as a trap for the unwary. And with this language, it gives me a lot of concern. The first part's good, and I support it. But when you're going to make a per se violation, when people really don't understand what they're doing, that bothers me. And so I hope we don't support this bill.
Do any senators other than the patron wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1554? Seeing none, Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Serville.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I appreciate the concern. That's similar concerns that have been raised about this bill throughout the entire process. And what I would say to the gentleman is that if you get an email from the Sunshine Coalition, Virginia Sunlight, I forget what they're called, the Virginia Open Government Coalition, something like that, Megan Ryan's organization, she documents about 5 violations of the closed meeting rule every month. I mean, this rule is honored in the breach. And we had a member of the FOIA Commission, I think his name's William Colburn. He's the mayor of, I think it's Blackstone in Southside. And he said, almost every time we go into a closed meeting, people want to talk about stuff they're not supposed to talk about. He says it happens all the time. And in that room, everybody was saying it happens all the time. And most of the time, these people have a lawyer sitting next to them. And the lawyer should be policing that. And the lawyer should say, stop talking about that. But they don't. And so, you know, the local government people, they count on their lawyer to tell them when they're breaking the law. And the problem is the lawyers are not telling them to stop talking about these things in closed meetings. And that's why all the lawyers in the FOIA Council went crazy when somebody started talking about holding them accountable for not giving good legal advice. And the reason it was kept this way is so that the lawyers who advise these local government bodies are incentivized to look after their clients, to tell them to stop talking about these things in closed meetings. They're not allowed to talk to and follow the law. And I mean, there's multiple examples of this. Portsmouth, by the way, was one of the poster children for this. I don't know if the senator from Portsmouth might remember, but the Portsmouth City Council went into closed session to adopt a system to fine councilmen for talking about what happened in closed meetings. But they went into closed meeting to adopt this secret system to fine people.
Mr. President, would the gentleman yield for a question?
I'll yield.
Senator yields.
Would the gentleman mind if we pass this by for the day so I could try to work out a solution to this paragraph?
That's fine.
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr.
Move. Without objection, Senate Bill 1554 will go by for the day.
Mr. President.
Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves.
Having voted on the prevailing side in which Senate Bill 1737 on page 31 failed, I ask that that vote be reconsidered.
Question is, shall the vote by which Senate Bill 1737 failed be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The motion is agreed to. Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the patron's permission, I request that bill go by for the day.
Without objection, Senate Bill 1737 will go by for the day.
Uncontested calendar, House bills on second reading.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Mr. President, I would respectfully move that all the House bills on the second reading on pages 33 through 36, which includes House Bill 1712 through House Bill 2197, that the rules of the Senate be suspended and that the third constitutional reading of the titles be dispensed with. And just a reminder, as we transition from Senate bills to the House bills, that I believe our newest member of the Senate would advise me that they amend House bills here in the Senate on the third reading, sir.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the rules be suspended in the second reading of the titles of House bills on the uncontested and regular calendars, pages 33 through 36, House Bills 1712 through House Bill 2197 be dispensed with? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The reading of the titles is dispensed with. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
I now move that all the House bills be passed by forever.
Without objection. No.
I move that all the House bills be passed by for the day, sir.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the House bills on the uncontested and regular calendars now on third reading go by for the day? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bills will go by for the day.
Mr. President, I now ask that the Senate stand in recess for 15 minutes until 1:25.
Senator, without objection, the Senate will stand in recess until 1:25. Senators will please take their seats. Senate will come to order. Senators will please take their seats.
Uncontested calendar, Senate bills on second reading.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Respectfully now move that all the Senate bills on the second reading on the uncontested calendar, which would include all Senate bills on pages 37 through 49, which is 12 pages for Monday, sir, including Senate Bill 1253 through Senate Bill 1785, be engrossed and advanced to the third reading in the block after the adoption of any amendments. Any senator who desires to remove a Senate bill from the block, please do so after the clerk has read the number of that bill.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall all Senate bills on second reading on the uncontested calendar on pages 37 through 49, Senate Bill 1253 through Senate Bill 1785, be engrossed and advanced to their third reading in the block after the adoption of any amendments thereto, and that any senator desiring a bill be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill. All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will read the number of the bills.
Senate Bill 1253, reported from the Committee on Rehabilitation and Social Services with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance with an amendment.
Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move the committee substitute.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves.
With that, Mr. President, I would now move the committee amendment.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is agreed to.
Senate Bill 1580, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with a substitute.
Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move that the Senate adopt the committee substitute.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted.
Senate Bill 1026, reported from the Committee on Privileges and Elections with a substitute.
Senator from Northern Chesapeake, Senator Spruill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the committee amendments. Substitute, I'm sorry.
No, thank you, Senator. Question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted.
Senate Bill 1037, reported from the Committee for Courts of Justice with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance.
Senator from Lynchburg, Senator Peake.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. I move the committee substitute be adopted.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted.
Senate Bill 1088, reported from the Committee on Local Government with an amendment.
Senator from Northern Chesapeake, Senator Spruill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the amendment.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is agreed to.
Senate Bill 1089, reported from the Committee on Finance with a substitute.
Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke. Senator wish to move the substitute on Senate Bill 1089.
Mr. President, I move that we agree to the substitute.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 1091, reported from the Committee on Finance with a substitute, and from the Committee on Local Government with a substitute.
Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the recommendation that we reject the committee substitute, I now move the committee substitute.
On finance?
Sorry.
Yes. Okay. Committee substitute on finance.
Are we taking up that one first? Rejecting the first one, taking up the second?
Yes. Yep.
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. President. That's what we're doing.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Thank the Senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the committee substitute from the Committee on Finance be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The committee substitute is rejected. Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now we're there. I would highly recommend reporting and moving the committee substitute.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute from the Committee on Local Government be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 1244, reported from the Committee on Privileges and Elections. Senate Bill 1274, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance.
Senator from Russell, Senator Chafin.
Mr. President, I move the committee substitute.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted.
Senate Bill 1312, reported from the Committee on Local Government. Senate Bill 1380, reported from the Committee on Finance. Senate Bill 1400, reported from the Committee on Local Government. Senate Bill 1418, reported from the Committee for Courts of Justice with amendment, and from the Committee on Finance.
Senator from Williamsburg, Senator Mason.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move the committee amendments be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is agreed to.
Senate Bill 1419, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with amendment, and from the Committee on Finance.
Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator Sturtevant.
Mr. President, I move that the committee amendment be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is agreed to.
Senate Bill 1469, reported from the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources with amendments.
Senator from
and
Russell.
From the Committee on Finance with a substitute.
Mr. President,
Chafin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the amendments from the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources.
Does the Senator want to reject, with the recommendation that those be rejected?
I move that with a recommendation that they be rejected. That is correct.
You moved adoption. Thank you, Senator. With the recommendation that they be rejected, the question is, shall the committee amendments from the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
The noes have it. The committee amendments are rejected. Senator from Russell, Senator Chafin.
Mr. President, I move the committee substitute from the Committee on Finance.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute for the Committee on Finance be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 1477, reported for the Committee on Finance with an amendment.
Senator from Bath, Senator Deeds.
Mr. President, I move that the committee amendment be adopted.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted.
Senate Bill 1479, reported from the Committee on Local Government with a substitute.
Senator from Bath, Senator Deeds.
Mr. President, I move that the committee amendment be agreed to.
Is this the committee substitute?
Substitute, I apologize.
No, thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 1529, reported from the Committee for Courts of Justice with amendment, and from the Committee on Finance.
Senator from Russell, Senator Chafin.
Mr. President, I move the committee amendment.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted.
Senate Bill 1532, reported from the Committee on Finance with a substitute.
Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator Sturtevant.
Mr. President, I move that the committee substitute be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 1559, reported from the Committee on Local Government with a substitute.
Senator from Accomack, Senator Lewis.
Mr. President, move the committee substitute.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted.
Senate Bill 1564, reported from the Committee on Privileges and Elections with a substitute.
Senator from Accomack, Senator Lewis.
Mr. President, move the committee substitute.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 1581, reported from the Committee on Finance. Senate Bill 1663, reported from the Committee on Local Government with amendment.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I move that the committee amendment be adopted.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted.
Senate Bill 1681, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance.
Senator from Williamsburg, Senator Mason.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move the committee substitute be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 1688, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with amendments, and from the Committee on Finance.
Senator from Mecklenburg, Senator Ruff.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the committee amendments be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendments be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendments are agreed to.
Senate Bill 1702, reported from the Committee on Education and Health and from the Committee on Finance. Senate Bill 1781, reported from the Committee on Privileges and Elections. Senate Bill 1785, reported from the Committee on Local Government with amendments.
Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Mr. President, I move the committee amendments be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendments be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendments are agreed to. The question is, shall the Senate bills be engrossed in advance to their third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bills are engrossed in advance to their third reading.
Regular calendar, Senate bills on second reading. Senate Bill 1095, a bill relating to a system for early childhood care and education establishment licensure. Reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance with a substitute.
Mr. President, can that bill go by for the day, please?
Without objection, Senate Bill 1095 will go by for the day.
Senate Bill 1126, a bill relating to regulation of casino gaming by Virginia Lottery Board penalties. Reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance with a substitute, and there is a floor amendment.
From James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. If the Senate would follow me, and I appreciate very much the gentlelady from Portsmouth allowing me to navigate through this. First of all, on the committee substitute from General Laws and Technology, I would ask that we reject that substitute so we can get to the finance substitute.
Senator, so with the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the committee substitute from the Committee on General Laws and Technology be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
The noes have it. The committee substitute is rejected. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would now respectfully ask that the committee substitute from the Finance Committee be agreed to.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute from the Committee on Finance be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Mr. President, you can always tell when boredom sets in on a Friday. Mr. President, I would now respectfully, the floor amendment has been distributed, and I would respectfully ask we waive the reading of the floor amendment.
Question is, shall the reading of the floor amendment be waived? All in favor of waiving the reading will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor amendment is waived. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Mr. President, I would now ask that the floor amendment be agreed to, and speaking to that very briefly.
Senator has the floor.
Regretfully, as we were rushing through the final draft of these committee substitute in finance, a typo was made which was fairly significant. And all this does is it changes June 30, 2000 to January the 1st of 2021, which would be the effective date for the last referendum. So I would ask that the floor the floor amendment be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the floor amendment be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is agreed to.
James City.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would now ask that Senate Bill 1126 be engrossed and advanced to its third reading, sir.
Thank the Senator.
And I thank the gentlelady from Portsmouth.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1171, reported from the Committee on Rehabilitation and Social Services with amendment, and from the Committee on Finance.
Senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike.
Mr. President, I move the committee amendment be adopted.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. Senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike.
Mr. President, I move the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third read.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1250, reported from the Committee on Privileges and Elections with amendments.
Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move the committee amendments.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendments be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendments are agreed to. Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would go ahead and move to engross and advance that bill to its third reading.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1262, reported from the Committee on Local Government with amendments.
Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator Sturdivant.
Mr. President, I move the committee amendments be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendments be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendments are agreed to. The Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator Sturdivant.
Mr. President, I move that we engross and advance the bill to its third reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
I'm sorry, in an effort to move things along, I was not reading the title. Senate Bill 1305, a bill relating to recycling and waste disposal, unpaid fees, lien, reported from the Committee on Local Government with a substitute.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that the substitute be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The substitute is agreed to. The Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Now, Mr. President, I move that the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third and final reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third and final reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third and final reading.
Senate Bill 1355, a bill to allow closure of certain coal combustion residuals impoundments, reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance with a substitute. There is a floor substitute and 3 floor amendments.
Senior Senator from Virginia Beach,
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm looking forward to this on a Friday afternoon. With the recommendation it be rejected, I move that we accept the substitute from the Committee of Commerce and Labor.
Thank the Senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the substitute from the Committee on Commerce and Labor be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The substitute is rejected. Senior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Wagner.
And thank you, Mr. President. Now I'd ask that the substitute from the Committee on Finance be accepted.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the substitute... Senator from King George, Senator Stewart.
Speaking to that, Mr. President.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, it's always fun when I disagree with my seatmate. And based upon the last vote, I hope my brethren over here will pay better attention. Mr. President, in order to get to the floor substitute that I've distributed today, we need to reject the amendment from the Committee on Finance, which my dear friend's going to ask you to accept. But I want to explain a little bit about this to you. And I want to thank everybody for working on this. You know, I will say this much, I don't know if it's my detriment or credit, but I was the only Republican that was willing to vote for this bill out of agriculture to keep this bill moving along. And it's ended up in a spot where I'm not really crazy about, and I've got an amendment that hopefully would fix some of these problems and do a better job protecting the consumer, our constituents. Mr. President, this bill asked us to make a policy decision that essentially exceeds federal and state environmental regulations by redefining the legal options available to Dominion Energy and move the existing CCR materials into new lined and protected landfills, and I support that. Beneficially use, recycle, reuse 6.8 million cubic yards of CCR using only encapsulation. And my principal concerns, in addition to protecting our environment, are to make sure that we're not overpaying for this regulation or unreasonably restricting our options for safely reusing these materials. And so I got four major changes that I'm going to present to this bill if you let me get that far. Mr. President, the issue of encapsulation is simple. The substitute that the senator from Virginia Beach wants to get to would allow you to only make bricks out of this material. And there are other beneficial uses for this. Now, we hear stories about golf courses and other things like that, and that's not a good use. But you can use it for fill, structural fill. You can use it for base material in roads. There are many other beneficial uses that you can use this for other than just a brick. And by simply eliminating the word encapsulation in the bill, and I want everybody to listen to this, you eliminate the word encapsulation in this bill, it can save us $1 billion. And these billions are being shifted to our ratepayers. So it's a pretty important thing. Now, I support recycling. We all do. We want to recycle it. We want to reuse it. But if you let them do more than just bricks, strike the word encapsulation, we can save $1 billion, the ratepayers. There are a lot of definitions associated with that. I'm not going to go into it because it is Friday afternoon and it's already late and we've all talked too long. So if we eliminate the encapsulation mandate, then we also give the SCC, you know, the thing that worries me the most about these bills, we've passed several Dominion bills in the last 3, 4, 5 years when we took away the oversight from the SCC. The SCC was tasked with looking over these decisions because I'd venture to say none of us in here are really qualified to make those decisions, and that's what they're supposed to do. So we give the authority back to the SCC to make sure that it's prudent and responsible. We have been told, Mr. President, that the cost to clean this up is going to be about $3 billion. And so I say, let's put a cap in that. Let's say that the cost has to be capped at $3 billion because that's what we have been told it will cost. And I do want to say one thing. Dominion did nothing wrong. They followed all the laws from DEQ. They followed all the laws from the EPA. We as a body have discovered that this stuff causes other environmental problems, and we want to go above and beyond what the state and federal regulations are to try to make sure that both the environment and our constituents are protected, and that's the right thing to do. But it's wrong to shift a huge cost burden to them unnecessarily. And so not only am I proposing a $3 billion cap, but I'm also proposing in the bill that they do not get a return on equity. And a return on equity essentially means that Dominion gets to make a profit on the money that they spend to build these landfills, to put it in, and some other things. That's what a return on equity is, or a margin. Well, I have been told by the experts that it is somewhere between several hundred million to less than $1 billion in profit that they will make in doing this. Now think about this. They didn't do anything wrong, and I'm not suggesting that they did, and I appreciate their willingness to come in and help us fix this. But we've paid for this once, and they earned a return on equity already when they put all this in the coal ash ponds. So why do we allow them to get a return on equity, make somewhere between several hundred million and less than $1 billion? Again, it's not fair to the people that we represent, the people who have to pay these bills. They get all the costs back. I'm not suggesting they should have to pay for this. I'm suggesting it should just be nothing but pass-through costs with no profit to them for doing this, since they've already earned a profit on it one time. Now, Mr. President, this is a tough issue because we want to do it. And I have supported this effort from the very beginning 4 years ago. I worked with the senator from Prince William, who really spearheaded this, and then the senator from Chesterfield joined in when it wasn't a popular thing. But I cannot, in good conscience, support something that sticks our ratepayers with this massive bill, which allows for a huge profit margin to be added on it, which frankly, and out of all due respect for the senator from Virginia Beach, as his bill is currently drafted, Virginians could have to pay for the cleanup in North Carolina coal ash. Now, there's no doubt in my mind that that was a drafting error, but it needs to be fixed. And that's part of the problem sometimes when we try to rush through and one group tries to make a deal and get something done. I've spent an extraordinary amount of time working on this and trying to come up with something that I think protects our environment, our constituents, and the ratepayers. And we're all ratepayers. And you'll hear people say, well, it's only going to cost $5 a month for the next 15 years. And you know, $5 a month is not a whole lot of money to you and I in here, and I get that. But I got people in my district who monthly have to make a decision between paying rent or for food or for medicine. And $5 a month means something to them. And these are people who are trying to do things the right way, work and make a living and support their families. $5 a month means something to them. It's not something we can just dismiss. We can save $1 billion through the proposal that I have. So in order to get to that, and I promise I won't explain it again, if you'll just reject his committee substitute. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator. Senior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Wagner.
Normally, Mr. President, we let the committees decide these things. We don't try to have a committee hearing on the floor of the Senate of Virginia, but apparently we are going to have one because essentially the committee rejected this substitute. Not all of it, but essentially most of this substitute we rejected while we were in committee. Let me just say some things. My seatmate, he's shaking his head now. Believe me, I was shaking my head 1,000 times while he was giving his diatribe there. While we were sitting here, I mean, we looked at that. We looked at a number of the issues. And I can tell you this was not something that started at the beginning of this session. This was something that was kicked off at the end of last session when we decided that, yes, as a legislature, we wanted to look at the coal ash issue. We wanted to study the coal ash issue. We wanted to come and come back with the best, most comprehensive plan. So I need to give you a little bit of history on that. We met throughout in a bicameral, both the House and the Senate. Chairman Kilgore and I set up a committee. We met throughout. We listened to a lot of innovative ideas. We listened to a lot of problems with the coal ash. We listened to the long-term terms of it. Now, my seatmate started out by saying, well, there's a lot of other beneficial uses for coal ash. We can use it as fill. We can use it as roadbed. We can use it as a number of different things. Understand that what prompted this entire discussion was that these materials are toxic. These materials are toxic. You use it for roadbeds. You use it for some of the things that he suggested. You are transferring that toxic material to another location. which may or may not become a liability 5 years from now, 10 years from now. I suspect, as we heard, people are running groundwater monitors in their yard, as the senator from Chesterfield has said. She said that there's indications there's a straying off-site. Let's go ahead. We'll build a roadbed with this, and let's find out that the neighbors along that road are going to find out, gee, my groundwater's contaminated now because we didn't encapsulate this material. All of us want this problem to go away and not reoccur. And what we have under the substitute that came out of the Committee of Finance is a program that will allow us to do that. Now, I don't want to spend a whole lot of time going through what's going on, but in essence, what will happen is that landfills will be constructed adjacent to the existing coal ash piles, with the exception, and there's 4 of them, 4 major facilities around the Commonwealth, probably near just about everybody's district if you're in the Chesapeake Bay watershed. The only one that has to be transferred to a landfill offsite is the one in Chesapeake, simply because of its physical location and the fact that in my neck of the woods, the groundwater is about 2 feet underneath your feet, and it needs to be transferred to a landfill. The other is there's sites suitable on there, assuming the localities give the approval, to open up what we use as a municipal land waste site. In other words, double line, clay interior, permanent groundwater monitors underneath to ensure that even the double lining doesn't leak. The same criteria that we use for every landfill that we establish in the Commonwealth of Virginia. We will put it in this site to permanently seal that. Now, there is beneficial uses for this material. And we have within this bill $6.8 million. Am I exactly happy that we don't limit that, but we do give certain controls from the State Corporation Commission to oversee that, to ensure that these prices don't get run away. But there are beneficial uses, and we want to make sure that those beneficial uses do encapsulate the material. He goes on, and my seatmate indicated that, you know, we're going to move this, there's other beneficial uses. Well, one of the things that we tried to avoid in all this, and one of the reasons we put forward landfills on site, is we don't want a lot of trucks moving this material through. And I heard that clearly from the senator from Fairfax, Prince William, southeastern Fairfax, that he didn't want a lot of trucks running through his district. In fact, I heard it from my seatmate. He didn't want to have a lot of trucks running through his district. I certainly heard it from the senator from Chesterfield and those, and the senator, where is she? Anyway, several senators from the South Richmond area, Chesterfield County, that did not want these trucks running through. If we look at some of these things, even though they won't be encapsulated, it could come back to haunt us later on. Let me give you a little background. Why is this important? We are exceeding any federal requirements. Let's make no mistake. The utility involved is in full compliance with state and federal regulation today. They are in full compliance today. We want to go the extra mile. Maybe someday in the future, the regulations will change and we have to go this full mile anyway. But understand right now that Dominion spends up to $100 million a year draining these coal ash ponds off, treating the water, ground monitoring, testing. And if we don't deal with this problem in a single blow, that $100 million would go on for ad infinitum, and our ratepayers will continue to pay that cost, and I can guarantee you that cost will not go down. It'll only get larger as we go on. And so we have crafted this. We have worked with the administration. We have the administration's full support. And in fact, if you adopt the committee substitute from the Finance Committee, if you adopt that committee substitute and the amendments there, the amendments, as you read those floor amendments to that substitute, make it clear that they're not going to make this gross amount of profit that he's talking about. Now, I want to go in a little bit.
Sorry, Senator from Northern Chesapeake.
I will not yield right now. I'll be happy to yield when I'm done.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. It's estimated that the total cost is $3 billion to do this. $2 billion, it's estimated, more than 2/3 of the cost is directly handling this material. There is no markup on that. It is the cost incurred, is the cost that happens. The only cost recovery that we're talking about and you can read the language exactly line for line, so I won't bother reading it for you, is the capital cost involved with construction of landfills. The capital cost involved in construction of landfills. That is not a cheap endeavor, and we're talking about 3 major landfills that will have to be built in the vicinity of where the existing coal ash ponds are. That's what it's there for. And that is, if you read that exact language, you will see that it doesn't involve any excess profit other than that is built in, and the State Corporation Commission throughout this will have to review and approve everything to ensure that it's done in the most cost-efficient manner that we possibly can do. With the facts of North Carolina, let me try to clarify that for the group here. As you know, North Carolina has faced this problem, quite frankly had some catastrophic incidences in North Carolina with their coal ash ponds. We don't control the SCC in North Carolina or their equivalent, and they don't control ours. We cannot unilaterally lay a cost on on their North Carolina customers that are in the service territory, only without approval from their State Corporation Commission, no more than they can make our ratepayers in Virginia liable for the actions they've taken in North Carolina. So there is a dividing wall between those two. And it should be a dividing wall between those two. And that is why the language is written the way it is written right now. And so, Mr. President, I will tell you, this has been extensive. We have gone through several versions of this bill. I've done everything I know how to work with the environmental groups, to work with the governor's office and third floor, to work with members on both sides of this aisle in scripting this legislation that you have here before you today. It represents, I'm not just the patron, I'm the one standing today, but I have two chief co-patrons, the senator from southeastern Fairfax and the senator from Chesterfield, who have spent an equal amount of time, and I want to give them a lot of credit for all the time and effort that they put into this, because it is an area that impacts that. And let me tell you one last thing and one thought. The 200,000 people I have the honor and privilege of serving in this General Assembly, in this Senate, don't have a dog in this fight. They don't have a dog in this fight. Other than I know that these 200,000 people that I have the honor and privilege of serving are going to be paying $100 million a year and more ad infinitum, and their children and grandchildren, if we don't choose today, here, now, to deal with this problem. The substitute coming out of the Committee of Finance is the issue that will solve this problem, and let's get on with it today, and I will renew my motion that we adopt the Committee of Finance substitute.
Mr. President.
Senator, one person from Northern Chesapeake, Senator Spruill, rise.
Would the senator ask a question?
Will Senator yield for a question?
Absolutely.
Senator yield.
I have three questions. Mr. President, the first one, the capital cost. I want to know that since this problem was really created by the electric company anyway, my question is why, on the capital cost, are you passing this on to the customer?
So let me first say this. I think it's a misnomer to say that the utility created this problem. The acceptable way for generations before us, the way you produced electricity is you mine coal, you put it in a boiler, you boiled it, you made steam, and you generated electricity, and the byproduct of that was coal ash. And so I think to say that they created this problem is a misnomer and effectively laying blame on something that every one of us in this room has been a beneficiary of. And I can't imagine where we'd be if we didn't have those coal plants. We certainly wouldn't be the Commonwealth that we are today if we didn't have those coal plants and access to that electricity that generated. So to say that that's the problem, I disagree with.
Thank you. Second question, Mr. President.
Yes. Senator Yield.
Second question is that if the customer going to pay for the capital cost that you're talking about, the question was when will it end? For an example, we have heard before on other projects that's been done by Dominion and others that they said will be paid for in 45 or 50 years, and the customer paying it out of their bill. It never stops. So is there a time limit on when this will be paid for so it can be stopped coming out of the customer's pocket?
Absolutely, and I think under the schedule that we laid out, with it peaking at $5 a month and rotating down, I think it's within the next decade to 12 years that the entire effort will be paid for.
12 years?
That's
Last question, Mr. President.
Further question.
Last question. I heard you say that some of this stuff is toxic. In the bills, I was trying to find it. I think your colleagues next to you said something about that some of this material be used for making bricks. I said, if that's the question, making bricks, if it's toxic, why in the world you can use bricks where people will build homes out of bricks? So why you can use toxic materials to build homes with?
Let me just say this. Some of the processes, and there are a lot of folks getting involved in this industry, some of the processes do molecularly, that's close, change the structure and format, and the fact that the process goes through and physically encapsulates the material inside the brick. So that would be one method of encapsulation, would be to encapsulate in a permanent strata like a brick. So that's not ruled out. The question becomes, at what cost? At what cost? Because as the senator, my seatmate here, senator from King George, and I agree on, we've got to watch the cost of this. So while there's a lot of innovative procedures and there's a lot of people that would like to do some things, let me tell you, it comes with a price tag that the 200,000 people I represent don't want to pay. And but I do want to end this $100 million a year payment that will go on forever. And this, to me, is the most cost-efficient method that we have to do it.
Mr. President, I was trying to get the brother to answer my question about toxic.
Okay. I can tell you the materials, and I would say to you that the senator, junior senator from Chesapeake.
I'm not a junior senator. Don't call me that.
Senator from Northern Chesapeake. Northern Chesapeake.
Northern Chesapeake. Excuse me.
Yes.
Excuse me. Northern Chesapeake. And I apologize to the senator from Northern Chesapeake for calling the senator from Northern Chesapeake. As you're well aware, that we've read in our paper about the problems with arsenic and other materials leaching into the Elizabeth River from the existing coal ash pile. This is one of those areas that would indicate to you the toxicity of a lot of this material. And that's the reason why. I will say this, that within the Chesterfield plant, which is the only one of the plants out of these 4 sites that's physically in operation today, physically generating electricity today, that a large portion of the dry fly ash that comes out of that process can be used in wallboard and is being used in wallboard and other forms of aggregate. So that is there are beneficial uses in being used today and being recycled.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose does the senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servell, rise?
Speaking to the committee substitute.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I just want to remind everybody this is the governor's bill. It's a bill that's been a product of actually 4 years of work. I first put this bill in, I think, in 2000, or a version of it in 2016. And I appreciate the senator from King George's efforts. He's correct. I'm not sure we would have got where we are if the senator from King George hadn't supported these efforts early on. There's no question about that. But I don't agree with the substitute, unfortunately. So let me just highlight a couple things. I'm not going to be redundant with what the senior senator from Virginia Beach said, but I'm going to try to hit a couple other points. First of all, part of the reason that we have to do recycling is that because there's very little coal ash available anymore. Back when we were burning, they actually today, VDOT uses coal ash to make the concrete that we use in our bridges today. If you ask VDOT, they will tell you they're making the best concrete they have ever made, and they do it using coal ash. But because nobody's burning coal anymore, we're burning less and less coal, it's getting harder and harder to find that coal ash. Last year, I had 8 concrete producers come into my office on Virginia Concrete Day, and one of them told me that they had just purchased 20,000 cubic yards of coal ash from Italy that was sitting in a container ship in the port of Baltimore waiting to be shipped to their manufacturing facility in Frederick, Maryland. To me, it's insane that we're importing coal ash from around the world instead of doing it here. We have coal ash here in Virginia we can use. We have coal ash here in Virginia that we can use to make our products, to create some jobs and clean the environment all at the same time. And to answer the senator from Northern Chesapeake's question, what happens is when coal has these same toxic things in it, but when you burn the carbon out of it, it allows these other substances to release. Arsenic, lead, hexavalent chromium, which is what made Aaron Brockovich famous, stuff like that. And the way you keep it from leaching out is you encapsulate it. And the problem with the senator from King George's proposal is that it allows a whole bunch of other types of uses that aren't encapsulated. You already heard about roadbed, but you can also use it in mine reclamation. You could stuff it down a mine, and but it comes into touch with water, then the stuff leaches out. You can use it for structural fill. You can use it to make a berm or an embankment. And I'm not making this up. I have a chart right here from the Coal Ash Association, which lists 17 different uses that you can use coal ash for. But we only want them to use it to do the safe things with it, which are encapsulated uses, not all the others. If anyone wants to look at the chart, there's millions of tons of this stuff that are used for some pretty crazy things. We want encapsulated uses, and that's what the bill requires for a quarter of the coal ash. In addition, in terms of the cost shift that the senator argued about, and building this twice, we're not asking ratepayers to do anything twice. This stuff was being kept in, I think, about 12 leaky ponds around the state, totally in compliance with federal law, and this stuff was leaking. The EPA issued a new rule, the Obama EPA issued a new rule, that the Trump EPA now has to rewrite in part because of a court decision, but it doesn't affect this. But the rule says we have to store it a different way. We don't have a choice about this. We have to get it out of the ponds and put it somewhere else. And it's something we simply have to do. We don't have a choice. They're doing it all over the country. And, for example, the way I like to think of it is, if we were talking about nuclear waste, and EPA suddenly said, we can't store nuclear waste in the ponds at our reactors anymore, that we have to do it differently, I don't think anybody would have any question, like, we're happy to do that, and we're happy for ratepayers to pay. But for some reason, this coal ash thing, people think that Dominion caused it or they shouldn't have to pay. But this is an EPA rule. It's required. We have to do it. We don't have a choice. Additionally, I would point out that when this stuff sits in the ground and leaches out into my constituents' wells, it shifts the cost to my constituents in the form of cancer, in the form of their decreased property values. I have people that can't sell their houses in my district. And there's people like that around the state. We have to get this stuff and get it out. It's not fair that they should bear all the burden of that. We need to put this in a safe environment. And so the last thing I'll say is that, I think we have a good result here. And I'll just note that the senator from King George's home newspaper lauded us today in an editorial. And in the editorial, they said, Virginians should also appreciate the bipartisan nature of the agreement with State Senator Scott Servell, a Fairfax Democrat, and Frank Wagner, a Virginia Beach Republican, leading the push. All things considered, the legislation coming out of this agreement with Dominion Energy is a win for Virginia. Time is the enemy when there's a constant ongoing drip of toxic pollution that can threaten the long-term health of those unlucky enough to ingest it or simply be in contact with it. And I think that says a lot for all the effort that's gone into this bill and why we need to get this done. And the compromise that we reached through about 12 hours of discussions with a whole bunch of different stakeholders to come up with this solution is the right way to go. We need to adopt the committee substitute.
For what purpose does the senior senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove, rise?
Speaker of the substitute, Mr.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I apologize. Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate what the senator from King George is trying to do here, but there's one part of this bill that actually makes it fatal as far as I'm concerned, and that's the encapsulation part. If anybody knows anything about the dangers of this stuff being used for anything besides bricks, it's me, because there's a whole golf course in my district that's built on this stuff. And when it was built, I was actually on city council, and when we decided we would allow that, because we were assured by DEQ and EPA that it was fine, it was inert, it was just like sand. Come to find out, that's not the case. We also have fly ash used for some road construction, especially on the banks next to the road itself. And we've had some washouts, and all of a sudden that fly ash has been exposed. Now, whether it wasn't put together with the proper coagulant, I don't know, but the problem is it was out there. I think it's critical that encapsulation be part of what we're talking about. I think it's critical that the language be looked at so that we can address the concerns about any unintended consequences from North Carolina ash. But that can be accomplished either in a committee conference between the House and the Senate version of this bill, or it can be done by the governor through an amendment to this bill, if that indeed is the case, and I haven't read it carefully enough to really make my own determination on that. There's a lot of work and a lot of effort that's gone into Senator Wagner's substitute. We had working groups. We had a subcommittee. There's been a lot of give and take by all parties. So I hope that we would stay with the substitute presented by the senior senator from Virginia Beach, and let's go ahead and get this stuff taken care of. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator. What purpose does Senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for the purpose to support the senator from Virginia Beach's amendment and to thank the senator from King George for offering a good faith effort. And I understand some of his concerns and will address those, as well as the comments from Northern Chesapeake, the senator from Northern Chesapeake. While I appreciate the sentiments from the senator of King George, I would say we have vetted this and vetted this and vetted this. And the problem that we have is that we must encapsulate. Otherwise, we're going to have known carcinogens creating a second public safety issue, and we don't want that to happen. What I would like to say is that I think that we should continue on the route that we've all agreed to, and that is supporting the substitute from finance. But I will also say that I do plan on offering an amendment. I'd like to ask everyone to support the finance substitute and then take it by for the day so that we can address what I feel is a good issue that the senator from Northern Chesapeake addresses, and that is Dominion responsible? And here's what my amendment would do on Monday that I plan on introducing. It would create an option that if some future date that Dominion is responsible down the line, that they would absorb the cost and not the ratepayer. I, too, believe at this point that Dominion has done their due diligence. They have not violated any state or federal laws, but I do think there should be a provision in there as a backup. And for that reason, Mr. President, I would ask that we reject the senator from King George's substitute and accept the substitute from finance that the senator from Virginia Beach has put forward, and then ask that it go by for the day so that my amendment can be prepared to address the concern that the senator from Northern Chesapeake has. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. And just 1 second, just to clarify, so the pending motion is to move the substitute. And I understand the senator's desire at the appropriate time you can move for something to go by for the day, but the only motion on the floor right now is to move the substitute. And we have not gotten to the floor substitute yet. What purpose senator from Northern Chesapeake?
While we're working on the motion, I need to interject an apology on this floor for the motion. First, I want to apologize to the senator for my outburst. It was wrong, and I apologize. I don't like the word junior, but you did not know. So I want my colleagues to know, and to you, sir, I'm sorry for it, and I was wrong. I ask for your forgiveness.
Senior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Wagner.
No apology needed.
Thank the senator. For what purpose the senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Rise to speak to the motion.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I would normally apologize for speaking on a Friday afternoon, but we're talking about several $1 billion that is going to be passed off to either a large corporation or to the ratepayers of this state. And before we do that, I want to just sort of step back and look at what Senator Stewart is trying to accomplish. The gist of his bill is not saying that coal ash is somehow healthy or it shouldn't be cleaned up. It's just saying there should not be a return on equity to those people that put it in the ground. Now, let me ask you this. What other private corporation is able to put a substance in the ground, earn a profit on that activity, then go back and clean it up when it turns out to be toxic and earn a profit on that activity and be civilly immune at every step in that process? Name me that other corporation so I can go put my money and invest it in them right now. Okay? Now let's talk about what we've done on this floor over the last few years. 2015, we passed the rate freeze bill. Last year, we doubled down and basically took all the excess profits that Dominion had earned, and rather than giving it back to the ratepayers, we allowed them to reinvest it over a whole bunch of corporate objectives for whatever reason. Okay, now we've had a lot of debates on that, but the bottom line is there's a few of us in this body that are not terribly trusting on everything we hear when it comes to the floor. No, I don't trust everything that comes out of committee in this body, I'm sorry to say. Okay? Here's the bottom line. Are we going to give a return on equity for this activity? Maybe we should, maybe we shouldn't. But I don't trust necessarily every representation that I hear on this topic. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I think what the gentleman has suggested makes all the sense in the world to me. Let's hold back on a return on equity. We don't need a return on equity. Let's just simply clean the place up. Let's look at how we can beneficially reuse it. But at the end of the day, we do not need to award yet another profit to this company. And by the way, political courage is not endlessly raising the ratepayers' rates. That's not politically courageous. That's the opposite of courage. Being courageous would actually be standing up to some of the largest corporate donors in this state and say, you know what, this time you're going to pay. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose is Senator from King George? Senator Stewart rise.
Mr. President, if no one else wishes to speak.
I think Senator Wagner is going to want to speak after you.
Well, he may want to speak after me. But, Mr. President, you know,
Senator has the floor.
I want to say real quickly, the mark of a good trial lawyer is somebody who can create reasonable doubt. My friend from Virginia Beach would have made a great trial lawyer because rather than dealing with the issues, he created a bunch of reasonable doubt. And let me be real clear. My bill mandates closure in place, just like he does, in a landfill that has been properly constructed. The difference between my bill and his bill is all they get is what it cost them to build it. In my bill. In his bill, they get to make a profit on that of somewhere between several hundred million and a little someplace less than $1 billion, because that's the best estimate I can get. My bill calls for recycling, just like his bill calls for recycling. The only difference is my bill says not only can you make bricks, you can make other things with it, and we're going to let the SEC decide what use is a proper, beneficial recycling use. Imagine that. We're going to give these issues back to the SEC and let them make these determinations. The body that was enacted and created specifically for that purpose.
Mr. Chairman.
Shocking.
Gentleman yield.
Shocking.
Will the Senator yield?
Mr. President, no.
No?
Mr. President,
I yield.
We're talking about $3 billion. $3 billion to clean this mess up. We could save $1 billion of that for the ratepayers. We don't need to let them make a profit. Let them recover their cost. Let's get it cleaned up. Let's get it in the landfill. Let's save the taxpayers some money. And let's give the SEC review over this process like they were always supposed to have. Please reject the committee substitute, and let's get to the next one.
So for what purpose is Senator from Eastern Fairfax? Senator Servo.
The gentleman from King George, yield for a question.
Will Senator rise for a question?
I will now.
Senator rises. You have the floor.
Can the gentleman tell the body whether or not we allowed Dominion to earn a return on equity when they installed billions of dollars of sulfur dioxide scrubbers to avoid polluting our air in Virginia with sulfur dioxide?
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I cannot answer that.
Okay, well, I'll tell the gentleman that we did. Is the gentleman aware that in these...
Further question?
Will the gentleman yield for another question? Thank you.
I'm happy to yield.
There yields.
Is the gentleman, I'll tell the gentleman that we did. Will the gentleman also aware that when we required Dominion, when the EPA required Dominion to install mercury scrubbers on their smokestacks, that we also allowed them to earn a return on equity on that pollution control equipment as well?
Senator's floor.
Mr. President, I cannot answer that, but I would affirmatively state to the gentleman that I'm not sure that makes it right now to let them have 2 returns on equity.
Okay, will the gentleman yield for another question?
I'll yield.
Does the gentleman agree that when the State Corporation Commission looks at the choice between alternatives on something, that they're typically their main criteria in trying to figure something out is whether it's cheaper or not?
Mr. President, not exactly. And in this particular situation, it's not applicable because we're going to mandate policy to the SEC, but then we're going to let them determine beneficial and prudence and reasonableness, which is the way it's supposed to work. We are the policy body, the General Assembly. Dominion is a regulated utility that we are supposed to regulate, not the other way around. And the SEC is supposed to look at reasonableness, prudence, beneficial use, and those sorts of things, and make sure that the consumer and the ratepayer are protected.
Senator.
Speaking of the bill really quickly.
Senator has the floor.
I'll just say really quickly, folks, the reason that we didn't leave it up entirely to the SEC to make this decision, because there's some concern among some people the SEC might let somebody use this stuff to make a new golf course or allow it to use a roadbed or something else, because that is cheaper than making it into bricks or concrete. And that's why we had the encapsulation language in the senior from Virginia Beach's bill, and that's why it needs to stay that way.
For what purpose is Senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase, rise?
There we go. Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to simply state this to the senator from King George. I appreciate the sentiments, and I would tell you that I also have expressed grave concerns from the very beginning of how much this is going to cost our ratepayers. And in fact, the only reason that I signed on this bill was to get more information so that we could make an educated decision going forward. And so we've spent the last 3 years working on this together as a committee in a bipartisan fashion. But today is the day that I see this amendment or this substitute for the very first time, and I'm irritated. Because if this is so important, then why am I just seeing this today? If this is such an important issue, then I think it's something that we need to discuss before we bring this to the floor of the Senate, the day that it's going to be amended. And I would ask the gentleman to withdraw his substitute and go along with the plan that has bipartisan support, and that we can address these other issues that he's had, as I have mentioned, and an amendment that will go on after we adopt the substitute of the Finance Committee. And with that, Mr. President, I would ask that we reject the current substitute. Thank you.
Mr. President, very briefly.
Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline, rise.
I think everyone knows my sentiments on this. I would align my comments with what the senator from Fairfax City said earlier. That's exactly where I think we ought to be on this. But I just want to address the comments that were just made, because I understand the senator that was referenced has exhausted his opportunities to speak. And I just want to point out this fantastic bipartisan plan that was rolled out by a corporation. This isn't something that was everyone else got to participate in. And so I think it's entirely appropriate that when a bill's on second reading, that's when we bring amendments. Those of us that aren't on Senate Commerce and Labor, nor do we have a special relationship with that corporation where we got to make the deal. This is when we have the opportunity. And I understand that there's a lot of intense feelings on this, but I just think that it's something that is worthy of consideration today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves, rise?
Mr. President, I move the pending question.
The question is, shall the pending question be ordered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 24, noes 16.
Ayes 24, noes 16.
Mr. President, point of order. The pending motion is to adopt the committee substitute from the Committee of Finance.
That's accurate.
Okay, thank you.
That is the motion on the floor, and the pending question has been ordered.
So, Mr. President, parliamentary inquiry.
Hold 1 second, Senator, if you don't mind. Senator from Loudoun is a parliamentary inquiry. What's the inquiry?
I'm looking at the two proponents here who seem in total disagreement as to what we're voting on, and I am utterly flummoxed about what we are about to vote on.
But let me hold on. Let me clarify. If that's okay. The motion that you will now be voting on is to whether or not to adopt the substitute from the Committee on Finance. That question has been ordered, so there's no further debate, so we're going to vote on that right now. And it's a voice vote. So the question is, shall the substitute from the Committee on Finance be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. Chair is uncertain. We will have a recorded vote. We'll have a recorded vote. Question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk close the roll.
Ayes 28, noes 12.
Ayes 28, noes 12. The substitute from the Committee on Finance is adopted.
Mr. President.
One second. The floor amendment that was submitted by Senator from King George, Senator Stewart, is now ruled out of order as a result of the adoption of the substitute.
Mr. President.
1 second. For what purpose, Senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Can this bill go by for the day, please?
Mr. President, we do have another floor amendment that I've submitted that should be taken up prior to any other action, I would think. So I would make a substitute motion that we take the floor amendment that I have had distributed up prior to any other motions.
So the substitute motion takes precedence, and the motion is with regard to adoption of the floor amendments. The senior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Wagner.
Mr. President, I won't be brief, and the debris outside I see falling from the sky is not from a truck carrying coal ash. It happens to be snow. So I would waive the reading of the floor amendment.
Question is, shall the reading of the floor amendments be waived? All in favor of waiving the reading will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor amendments is waived. Senior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Wagner.
And Mr. President, what the floor amendments accomplish is some of the concerns expressed from my seatmate with regards to ensuring that only the cost associated with it and the rate of return only on the investment made, as the senator from Southeastern Fairfax so eloquently noted. It's the same that we treat scrubbers that were required by EPA, the same type of investment. And we could correct a bunch of different things I heard during this debate, but I think we've been here long enough, so I would once again move that we adopt the floor amendments.
Question is, shall the floor amendments be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendments are adopted.
Mr. President.
Senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase.
Can that bill go by for the day, please?
Is there any objection? Without objection, the bill will go by for the day.
Senate Bill 1363, a bill relating to the city treasurer, reported from the Committee on Local Government with amendment.
Senator from Petersburg, Senator Dance.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move, could this bill go by for today?
Without objection, Senate Bill 1363 will go by for the day.
Senate Bill 1420, a bill relating to alcoholic beverage control, co-working establishment license, reported for the Committee on Finance.
Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator Sturdivant.
Mr. President, I move that the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1501, a bill relating to capital murder, law enforcement officers, and fire marshals, reduction of charges, reported from the Committee for Courts of Justice with a substitute and from the Committee on Finance.
Senator from Grayson, Senator Carrico.
Move the committee substitute.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. Senator from Grayson, Senator Carrico.
Move that the bill be engrossed and passed third reading.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1527, a bill relating to the Virginia Charitable Gaming Board, conduct of charitable gaming, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with an amendment, and from the Committee on Finance.
Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator Sturtevant.
Mr. President, I move that the committee amendment be agreed to.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is agreed to. Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator Sturtevant.
Mr. President, I move that the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1553, a bill relating to urban county executive form of government, abandoned personal property, reported from the Committee on Local Government with a substitute.
Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Surville.
Move the committee substitute.
Question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Surville.
Mr. President, I move the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1634, a bill relating to local economic revitalization zones, reported from the Committee on Local Government.
Senator from Northwestern Fairfax County, Senator Boysko.
Mr. President, I move that the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1645, a bill relating to the use of force, data collection, and reporting requirement, reported from the Committee for Courts of Justice with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance with an amendment.
Senator from Northwestern Fairfax, Senator Boysko.
Mr. President, I move the committee substitute be adopted.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. Senator from Northwestern Fairfax, Senator Boysko.
I move the amendment be adopted.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. I don't know what that was, but the ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. Senator from Northwestern Fairfax, Senator Boysko.
Mr. President, I move that the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
I'm so glad I'm back.
We are too.
Senate Bill 1668, a bill relating to alcoholic beverage control, Sunday store hours, Distilla Commission. Reported from the Committee on Finance.
Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the coal ash falling outside, I'd like to engross and advance this bill to its third reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1671, a bill relating to charitable gaming, special permit for the play of electronic versions of instant bingo, pull tabs, or seal cards on certain premises. Reported from the Committee on Finance.
Senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike.
Mr. President, I move the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third read.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1693, a bill relating to health insurance coverage for autism spectrum disorder. Reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance.
Senator from Fauquier, Senator Vogel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the committee substitute be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to. Senator from Fauquier, Senator Vogel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1699, a bill relating to subdivision and zoning sidewalks. Reported from the Committee on Local Government with amendment.
Senator from Lynchburg, Senator Peake.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I move the committee amendment be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. Aye. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is agreed to. The Senator from Lynchburg, Senator Peake.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. At this time, I was wondering if this bill could be engrossed and advanced to its next reading.
Thank you, Senator. We'll find out. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1701, a bill to address local ordinances concerning the regulation of short-term rentals in the urban county executive form of government. Reported from the Committee on Local Government with an amendment, and there is a floor amendment.
Senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben.
I move the committee amendment pass.
Thank you, Senator. Or be adopted. The question is, shall the committee amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. Senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben.
I move that we waive the reading of the floor amendment.
Question is, shall the reading of the floor amendment be waived? All in favor of waiving the reading will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor amendment is waived. Senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben.
I move the adoption of the floor amendment, and speaking to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
The floor amendment clarifies that the intent of SB 1701 is not to invalidate Fairfax County's short-term rental ordinance in its entirety. I again renew my motion.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the floor amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. Senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben.
I ask for a more enthusiastic vote as we engross and advance the bill to its third and constitutional reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The bill is not engrossed and advanced to its third. No, I'm kidding. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading. It was close, though. We didn't say enthusiasm which way, right?
Senate Bill 1703, a bill relating to the Library of Virginia disposition of official correspondence of the governor. Reported from the Committee on Finance with amendment.
Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Mr. President, I'd move the committee amendment, and speaking briefly to it.
Senator has the floor.
The proposed committee amendment is simply the financial contingency clause, and so I hope the Senate will move its acceptance.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move that Senate Bill 1703 be engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall Senate Bill 1703 be engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading.
Uncontested calendar. Senate bills on first reading.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. But before I make that motion, I have a 45-minute soliloquy I'd like to share with you. Mr. President, I would respectfully move all the Senate bills on the first reading on the on the uncontested and regular calendar, which would include all Senate bills on page 60 through 77, including Senate Bill 1027 through Senate Bill 778, that the rules of the Senate be suspended and the first constitutional reading of the titles be dispensed with unless anyone insists for the clerk to read each and every one.
I thank the Senator. Question is, shall the rules be suspended in the first reading of the titles of Senate bills on the uncontested and regular calendars, pages 60 through 77, Senate Bill 1027 through Senate Bill 1778, be dispensed with? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The reading of the titles is dispensed with. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that all the bills be passed by for the day, sir.
Senator, the question is, shall the Senate bills on the uncontested and regular calendars now on second reading be passed by for the day? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bills will go by for the day. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Mr. President, mercifully, prayerfully, I think I'd like to return to the coal ash bill just for a minute.
For what purpose is Senator from King George? Senator Stewart, rise.
Does that, Madam Clerk, does that conclude the frivolities of the day?
Blessedly.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there any other business to come before the Senate? For what purpose, Senator from Fairfax City?
Thank you,
Senator
Mr.
Peterson.
President. I rise for a very brief announcement.
Senator, has the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I spoke earlier today about the single object rule. You have one job to do this weekend. That is, bring back your checkbook so you can make a donation to the Massey Cancer Center. I have had one donation thus far. It came from the spiritual and intellectual leader of this body, my colleague from the city of Portsmouth, Senator Lucas. So the bottom line is you need to bring your checkbook on Monday and or bring your basketball shoes, but absolutely bring your checkbook. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose, Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger, rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a couple of announcements.
Senator, has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the Senate. First, I'd like to announce that the Senate Finance Committee, if all members will be paying attention, Senate Finance Committee will meet briefly at the desk here to take up Senate Bill 1763. We announced yesterday that as we left that on the table that we would take it up today. So we need to quickly clear that bill, Senate Bill 1763. In addition to that, Mr. President, I would like to share with the members that as the senator from James City County and I continue to work this evening, tonight, and over the weekend, the staff is busy, has been busy, and we anticipate reporting a bill out on Sunday afternoon at 5:30. So the Senate Finance Committee will convene at 5:30 on Sunday afternoon. And I'm very hopeful that all the members of this body will be pleasantly surprised, or maybe not surprised, but will be comforted by what we can do with the resources available to us with the adoption of the conformity bill today. And I'm very serious about that. I think we have been working on this, and obviously in a bipartisan spirit, we'll be continuing to work today. And as we attempt to get a bill out in a timely manner on Sunday afternoon, that we will be dealing with the resources that are available to us after the adoption of the conformity bill on the floor here today. In order to accomplish that, I would also, while I have this opportunity, direct this to those that have responsibilities with the individual subcommittees, the members of those subcommittees, and in particular the chairs of those subcommittees, to be sure to get with your fiscal analysts, Senate Finance staff this afternoon, tonight, tomorrow, whenever you need to make sure as we work through this process that you have worked with them to review to make sure your report will be in order for Sunday afternoon. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose is Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves, rise?
Mr. President, I just need to have a brief Social Service and Rehab Committee meeting to take up Senate Bill 1326 at my desk.
Thanks, Senator. Is there any other business to come before the Senate? For what purpose does Senator from Loud Senator Black exercise? Well done. It's hard to hold that snake hook, right? You got to make sure you're limber. The clerk will report any announcements on the desk.
Today, Friday, February the 1st, the Committee on Rehabilitation and Social Services will meet immediately upon adjournment at the chair's desk. The Committee on Finance will meet immediately upon adjournment at the chair's desk. Sunday, February the 3rd, the Committee on Finance will meet at 5:30 p.m. in Committee Room B, Pocahontas. Monday, February the 4th, the Committee for Courts of Justice will not meet. The Republican caucus will meet 1/2 hour before session, Senate Room 2. The Democratic caucus will meet 1/2 hour before session in Senate Room 1. Weekend weather report. A disturbance will keep some flurries and snow showers around today, as you can see out the window. This will be in the form of showers or a rain-snow shower mixed well south of Richmond. Where snow showers persist, a heavy coating of 1/2 inch will be possible. There will be a range in temperatures from the upper 20s far north, northwest to the 40s, 50s further south. It will turn warmer this weekend with temperature in the 50s and 60s on Saturday and Sunday. And starting today, you have 14 days.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate do now adjourn until 10:30 a.m. Monday.
10:30. Okay. Question is, shall the Senate adjourn until 10:30 a.m. on Monday? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate stands adjourned until 10:30 a.m. on Monday.